How's everybody doing tonight? We're here to play some Mario Kart World. It's kind of been a Mario Kart themed week this week, and also a little bit of a speedrun week, because I'm now combining the two into one. We're going to be playing time trials tonight in Mario Kart World. So I'll be racing against all the staff ghosts, something I've been meaning to do in the game for a little bit. I always like kind of running through every track, just to see how well I can run through them without having to worry about other racers and all the other item shenanigans and such. And I like racing against these staff ghosts to see how well I stack up compared to the people who made Mario Kart. But when we're done racing each course, I actually want to go ahead afterwards and watch the current world record of it, just to see how crazy this game has gotten in just the 3 months it's been out. Because there's already been a lot of major discoveries from Mario Kart World in just 3 months alone that have broken this game wide open, especially for time trialing stuff. But that's what we're going to be doing tonight. But before we actually start the gameplay part, tonight's also a little bit of a test stream in some ways, because you're watching this now in 1440p. Well, if you're watching on the source quality, that is. I'm trying to stream in 1440p tonight just to kind of see how it works, how my system can handle it and such. I don't have any of my assets designed for that just yet, but I'm just seeing how this works out in general. The biggest problem I've had with both Twitch and YouTube over the past decade plus at this point has been bitrate limitations. So no matter how good your quality is on your side, streaming out to these platforms, it just looks nasty because of the bitrate just not being high enough. And 1440p kind of compensates for that a little bit. On the YouTube side, watching that stream, or the VOD later on the VOD channel, this is running with a completely different encoder, gives it more bit rates, which just looks better, even at 1080p, funny enough. And on Twitch, slightly better. Not by much, but it's better than nothing. So I'm trying this out, seeing how well this looks, and just in general how my performance is as a whole here on the streaming front. Couldn't have done this before. I actually just got approved like a month, 2 months ago, something like that, from Twitch. They even tried this very recently. I got approved for doing this. So it's a thing I'm trying. It's very, very heavy on the internet, I've noticed, like taking up 3/4 of my upload. So only stuff I've been able to do recently. So again, tonight's kind of a testing front. Not really sure if this is going to be a mainstream thing going forward, but if things work out, I might play around with higher resolutions more in the near future for stuff. But that's enough rambling. Let's go ahead and jump into the game itself. And since we're playing this at a higher resolution, I figure it would make more sense if we use the full feed tonight. That way, the entire game takes up the entire window. And for something like time trial, there's not as much I'm really blocking by having this full frame out. So might as well rock the full game feed. Alright, let's just jump right into the main mode. So I've already done at least one full-time trial. I've played some of this mode already in the past, but I haven't really completed any other racetracks besides one. And there are 30 in the game in total. We don't count any of the intermissions for time trial, so it's like Nintendo themselves knew time trial, it doesn't need 200 plus courses. We'll just get away with the main 30. That should be fine. Because if I go right in, I'm not going to actually start with this combo just yet. I'm probably going to pick something else. These are the courses available, which is the main 30. If I pick any of them, I'm just racing this course, which feels weird to say because this has been a thing for pretty much every single Mario Kart game. You pick the course, you race the course. A Mario Kart World decided, you know what? Let's just try making everything a race course. Highways now are race courses. It doesn't work, like at all. So you can tell even the devs thought that for time trialing, because we don't have 200 intermission-styled time trial tracks. That would be way too much. I'd be here for months trying to do this mode. We're good. When we go into viewing replay here, this is how we can see there's a staff ghost. And there are a lot of these. In fact, I actually have a page pulled up with all of the staff ghost here. which I don't know how well this is going to show up because I'm going to cover it probably. Yeah, sure enough, I am covering up a little bit of it, so I'm just going to hide myself for a second. Ah! These are all the time trials I'm going to be trying to beat. We got the staff names for all of them. They're going to start with N star, so it'll be very easy to figure out what is a time trial from a staff ghost and what's just a user one. But to be fair, if I hit view replay or race against ghost, I'm just going to see either my ghost or the Nintendo made ones for now. I don't really have any other ones downloaded, not to my knowledge at least. And the times aren't terrible to beat. We can see what characters they have too, so like Mario Bros. Circuit is a good example. That's a 204-488. We got character Mario, and they use the B-Dasher. So we can see exactly what the Nintendo staff uses here, and I'll be using this as kind of a reference. I also have another page open that's just all of the current world records in the game. So, same course, Mario Bros. Circuit. Currently, the record is a 148.573 by Super FX. This was just set apparently today. They used Swoop, and the vehicle was the Rob Hog. So we can see on this page a more detailed results of the current records, and also we can even see their splits. You can't see this data in Mario Kart World at all. This is where I feel the game is kind of a step backwards from the previous entry, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, every lap, you got to see your overall time. You don't see that in this one for some reason, and we don't know why. So that's a little annoying, but thankfully the community is keeping track of this kind of stuff. So I don't know if these ghosts, like all of these I'll be seeing in the game. Hopefully everyone who's gotten the world record have uploaded these. I would imagine they have. So we'll be watching these records after the fact. I think I can even click on YouTube links here. So if for whatever reason I can't watch it in the game itself, there are actual video links that we can see the performance of these players too. So we have a failsafe, but I'm going to try to watch these in-game. That makes the most sense. Now bring me back up here, because this will make more sense once we get into the race. Be stuff right below me instead of me covering that said stuff. Hey Matt, how you doing? Alright, let's just go ahead and start with the first course. I'm gonna go in the order here, probably. Yeah, I'll just go in the order that's on the wiki, which is essentially course order. It'll be easy enough to figure out what I'm doing. So Mario Bros. Circuit. Mario and B-Dasher is what Nintendo uses, but I should probably use something else. B-Dasher is one of the better cars in this game for stuff like this, so B-Dasher is probably the way to go. I don't know if I want to use a character like Mario or maybe a heavyweight because of the speed. My heavyweight go-to has been Rosalina. She just feels like the best for me for like overall handling and the overall top speed. And unfortunately, there's so many hidden stats in this game. The stat window is worthless. Like, for example, right here, you see speed? That's just 1 bar. There are 3 different speed stats in this game. 3. They show you 1. There's ground speed, which is road, terrain speed, which will be things like dirt, and water speed. I think you can understand what that one is. All those are combined into one stat on this window. And it's extremely confusing because, say, this car or this car, oh, Lobster Roller looks faster. Maybe that's the one you want to use instead. No, you only use this on water. Why? The water speed. Water speed is super high here, but the ground and terrain speeds are super low. Compared to something like the B-Dasher, which is higher on ground speed, lower on water speed, lower on terrain. That's where you get the balance. It's such a weird and confusing system. I really hate how they keep on simplifying these stupid stats on every single game. I swear, by the next Mario Kart game, we're gonna have 1 stat. It'll be worthless because we're getting there. We are so close to having basically no information at this point. Why do you bother with stats at this point? Don't understand, man. I really don't understand this. Alright, let's just start. I'll be complaining all day if I gotta complain about these mechanics, so I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, it could be better. I can understand that. I hope you're feeling better soon, since you said yesterday you're feeling sick. Now, World Record, I already know, does some crazy stuff here. And, yeah, I can't do any of it. I'm not that good. Like, already. It's like, what was that, dude? That was horrible. I was trying to jump on the rail, but I was nowhere near it. So I might use lap 1 kind of as a recon lap, so I can get an idea of what to do. Like, I know World Record does this. Or something like that. You can also rewind here, but really there's no point in rewinding if you actually want to go for a good time. It's actually a detriment. Yeah, I can't really do it. There's like a very specific time jump, but I don't think I have enough handling for that to work. It might be too fast for it even too. But yeah, now that we're actually racing here, now you can see why I'm up here. Specifically on the overlay, instead of a little bit further down like I would normally be, like near chat. It would be bad. I'd be covering things up, and I don't want to cover things up. Hang on, I gotta try this. I think it's like neutral jump. Okay. So it's a neutral jump, and then I can do a right jump. Then I can make it. Otherwise, I don't make the rail. I get it. Coins aren't really that important in a lot of cases here, so I might get coins here and there in these races. It's going to depend on the course. Oh, finger slipped. I was wanting to see behind me, but there's no way I'm going to see it in like a frame. I'm already way ahead of the Staff Ghost. Like, this one shouldn't be that bad to beat. It's the first one, and Mario Bros. Circuit is extremely simple. Okay. Excuse me, coming through. So I dashed there. Alright, so hug the wall a little bit more. I'm gonna do that in laps 2 and 3. Lap 1, where should I use my mushroom? I could do that on lap 1, but is it even worth it on lap 1? Let me see. Because I do skip on the bottom pathing entirely if I do that. It does save a lot of time, but the ghost doesn't do that. Interesting. You can do another trick there, I believe. Once you get on the rail, I just don't know if I want to chance it, because if I miss the trick, I fall. That little bit of off-road, that's bad. I lost 0.01 seconds. Everything matters in time trial. Got it. Cool. You know, thanks, Matt, for subscribing to the channel. Hope you enjoy your set emotes. And you might even get a discount on that, because all new subscribers right now get up to 30% off on every single sub during the set September. And every little bit helps. Especially now, because, oh man, don't even get me started on the jank going on YouTube. So I appreciate the support. I don't think I want to do that on lap 3, the same kind of trick. Might do something different. It's actually a pretty good start. I'm liking this. I'm just playing it safe because I'm just beating the Staff Ghost here. I'm not trying to get any crazy stuff happening because I know I can't compete with the people on these record boards. Dear God, no. I have not watched the current records, but I seen them like last month, and holy crap, dude. Just 2 months in the game was crazy enough. What's one more month gonna do? And there you go. Wow, sub 2 minute. Let's go. 159, 790. That's pretty good. That's one down. I have a checklist here, so every time I complete a course, I'm just gonna mark it off so I don't do it again. Yes, I'm uploading that ghost. Alright, and now to watch someone else demolish this. And we're gonna instantly feel very, very bad. So currently, is that Swoop player it? Yep, that's it. 148,573. That's the current world record. I'm gonna download that ghost. And let's watch it. By the way, that option, view replay when you download the ghost, that took like 2 months to get added to the game. Why? That was not there for 2 months. It had to be patched in. A simple, clickable option. So you don't have to go through another menu to watch the replay. Like, this game is like so weird in terms of certain things. Some of the menuing stuff, I just feels like a step behind from 8 Deluxe. It's very odd. So right here, ooh, that's a really interesting jump. So they rub against the signs there, which is very close to out of bounds, and then they jump over the wall so they can land on top of the rail. Do some extra tricks here on the rail. This is what I was thinking of before. I just couldn't really do it. And you're going to see the players in these records, they're always going to hug the edges as much as possible and trying to get a trick boost while just going off the course and jumping back on, because that's a lot faster now. It wasn't like that, and then like a month later, the game completely changed. It got super broken. Like that super jump, using a mushroom and then getting a hop, you get like this insane airtime in a lot of areas. And players are using that now to like jump over walls and take unintentional shortcuts. Like, this is already insane, and this is one of the more basic courses in the game, but it's already pretty busted. Basic course. Just wait until we get to the crazier ones like Mauser's Castle or Rainbow Road. It's gonna be insane to keep up with. Like, oh, look at all that airtime, man. It's insane. And this is why you see a lot of players are opting for the lightweight or even featherweight characters like Swoop, because a character like this is easier to control. So the handling is really important for a lot of these kind of tricks. And plus, the top speed doesn't matter as much if it's just tricking everywhere, because the trick boost alone are making up for the top speed difference. Like, half the time, they're not even going for rainbow mini turbos here. They're just doing tricks off the edges. And that's enough. Like, this is insane. And they get so much air off of that rail. That is insane. A 148. And the thing, mine was a 159. I thought that was pretty good. This is 11 seconds faster. Jeez, man. That is insane. The bat is a character. Yes, actually. That is kind of the roster in this game. X thing is playable. A lot of Mario enemies you wouldn't think are playable. So, let's see. Crown City is next, which is here. The world record... Not the world record. The Staff Ghost uses Luigi and... Oh god, what the Toon Thumper? What is the Toon Thumper stats like? Does anyone know what that website is the community's been using for this stuff? Like, for the hidden stats? I would love that. I would love to use that reference. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I have a page that actually breaks things down pretty well. This is exactly what I want. So this will tell me a lot more about overall stats in the game, because again, this game has done a horrific job about telling you the internal stats. And we don't know why, because look at that stat page right now, right? For Rosalina, I have a quarter the speed I could have. But that doesn't tell you the whole picture. So, if I open up my browser feed again, here are the actual internal stats. Average speed here. For asphalt, which is terrain, it is 0.8, dirt 0.8, water 0.8. Oh no, asphalt and dirt. Okay, so asphalt they mean ground, which is like road speed. Dirt is the actual like terrain, which would be things like Moo Moo Meadows. So it's overall around 0.8, negative 0.8, right? But the car I was just using, which was the B-Dasher, if I can find that. Where's B-Dasher here? I think I actually passed it. Yeah, here it is. Asphalt is 0.6, dirt is -2 or 0.2, and water is -0.2. That is why, depending on the course, you're gonna want to use a vehicle that's more about road speed. And this game doesn't tell you that. It merges 3 speed stats into 1. So shoutouts to the community for breaking this stuff down and making a very easy to read Excel sheet. And each character does have their own stats too. Like right now, I think Toadette and Nabbit are both considered the best characters in the game for overall stats, because it's very well balanced between their top speed, acceleration, and handling. Mainly the acceleration and handling is what you're looking for, because like look at Nabbit here. It's a 0.4 in acceleration, a 0.4 in handling, which is very important, especially for the multiplayer. And Toadette has the exact same stats, so. In competitive Mario Kart right now, if you're actually watching people play like the top level, or if you want to play at the top level, it's Nabbit and Toadette on the baby blooper, as the baby blooper has a 0.4 on ground, -0.6 on dirt, and -0.6 on water, and combining that stuff with Toadette and Nabbit just gives you like the best balance stats. It's like, this game has some very, very confusing stuff. Like, even look at handling here, right? Again, with baby blooper, handling on roads, 0.8, dirt and water, flat 0. So it's easier to control on ground too. Hence why this information would be nice to have in-game, is my point. It is so annoying it's not in the game, I swear. So I'll be using the stuff as some reference. I might just stick with... actually, there's a lot of twists and turns in Crown City, so I might want to change my character. And because I just talked about them, why not? I'll join the meta pool for like 1 race so I can try it. Because right now, what's the world record here? In terms of like vehicle combo. Oh no, this one's going flat out speed. It's Wiggler Bighorn. Which that's an interesting combo, so maybe I want a faster character. Wiggler's a heavyweight. Hey there, Ethan, how you doing? Yeah, so they're going for heavyweights. I might just stick with my Rosalina pick, because again, I'm the most comfortable with her stats for heavyweight. What was another one of the good cars to use right now? B-Dasher, Mach Rocket. There's another one that's similar to B-Dasher, I can't remember. Let me look at it really quick. Let's see. No, I'm not stalling so I can hear more Dire Docs. What are you talking about? When you got the best song appear in the game, sometimes you just don't want to do anything. You just want to listen to the music. Okay, I see what the other ones are. So it's B-Dasher. Where is it? Here we go. Hot Rod, and then Bumblebee. These are essentially the same vehicle in a lot of their stats, so these are interchangeable. So I'll use Hot Rod for this one. I think this will make the most sense. Ooh, officially on vacation next week. Sounds like a fun time. Enjoy your vacation time. I have no idea where I should do anything on this one. So this is definitely going to be... I'm going to just drive the whole thing. Yep, there's a good start. I'm going to drive the whole thing and try to get a gauge. Okay, so CPU goes up here. This is not a good path. Don't follow Luigi. I know over here now they found a shortcut where you can like jump this entire area shroomless. I can't do that, so I'm gonna just take the old mushroom cut. This is also a race you can probably get all 20 coins. There's not as much here for you to really worry about. in terms of coin collection. But because this is one of the few tracks in the game that's entirely different every lap, it is best for me just to run through the whole thing. And then once I get to the end, I can reset. I'm going to lose against the Staff Ghost, but that really does not matter. Just trying to learn the track is more important. And then we can have the runbacks. I should have more coins by now, too. Like, at this point, I should have enough to get 20. Get a purple. Yeah, because that's much faster than going down with tricks. And I can land on that rail, get more coins. Then there is this. I already know this from multiplayer's sake. If I go this path here, I can jump, get a trick. Then from here, this is a mushroom cut. So is that one. But I might want to save the mushroom for the ending. And then here, charge jump left, get on the rail. Then from here, I can jump, hit the tree, go this way. That could shave a mushroom. Okay. I know what I'm doing now. It might not be the cleanest looking race, but I have a path. I thought that was a ramp. It looked like it was curved, dude. They want to jump right there because you get all that speed from just the boost pads. So you can maintain the speed while doing a charge jump, and that's actually faster. Oh, how did I miss the coin? That's why I took that so wide. Now I'm driving like I had a couple drinks. And that was enough for the ghost to catch up. What did I do wrong then? I felt like I drove that pretty okay. Nice, go right over the coin. Thankfully, the first 2 coins really do matter, and then after that, it actually plummets pretty bad on the overall speed increase. So I can get away with missing some coins here and there. It's the last 2 coins that matter now, once I get the 20. At this point, that's like 2 seconds ahead of the ghost, so that's pretty good. Then I get the purple mini out of that, or rainbow mini. I'm used to it being purple because of Mario Kart 8. And that's a good 3-set cart. It's like 2.5, alright. What a reaction. Don't look behind you, there's a car. God, professional over here. That just ruined everything. Are the staff ghosts? Yes, they are dev ghosts, Ethan, you're correct. So these are Nintendo employees that worked on the game, I presume. So these are people who had a hand at making the Mario Kart game in general. Yeah, I kind of feel bad about how that beginning went, so this is fine. I'm hitting at that hard copium right now, thinking that reset was totally planned. Just like that one. Where did my boost go? Hello? I want a boost. Oh, I didn't get the full startup. I was off by maybe a quarter second of that. So I'm slightly behind Luigi right now. Nice. A little extra hop there just to make sure I didn't hit any grass on the way out. Because if I hit any grass by the end of that mushroom, I would have lost all my speed. One more trick. Yeah, there we go. 2.2 seconds ahead. That's pretty good. That's where we were before, essentially. I could probably do the crazy stuff I know the records are doing and just trying to drive off the edge to get those extra jumps off for tricks, but I'm scared. Alright, I collided on the rail, so I'm surprised it didn't count. That is a little bit of a time loss, but it should be okay. I'm up to your tricks this time, car. I'm gonna play it safe here. We're not gonna trick until like here. Hit the tree. Yo, I even got the roof cut. Let's go. That was sick. It's gonna be a 217. Yeah. Now that was sick. I was actually thinking as soon as I went that high on that final jump, I'm like, oh no. I think I might have gone too far to the left. Because that is very risky, going on the rooftop there for that final, like, tree bounce. If you go too far left, it counts as out of bounds. So if I hit it too far left, I would have wasted, like, 3-4 seconds instead of saving time. So that was close. Alright, well, that's another one down. 2 down, 28 more to go. Now we get to watch how insane this record gets, because currently, it's way faster than what Nintendo can do. It's a 2:04.669. This was just set earlier today. So this specific racer is using Wiggler with the big horn. I imagine big horns because of the boost on the road, right? If I look, I can do a little bit back and forth. Yeah, big horn, yeah, has a 0.8 on road and 0.4 handling as well. So it's doing a lot of tricks right in the very beginning. How am I not surprised there? Oh, it just clips the edge of the car to get a little bit more speed, and this also gives some more coins. Rides the wall, so extra trick here. And this I already know about. They're probably going to do the Shroomless cut here. So we're going towards the right, doing a charge jump here. And that's Shroomless, technically, but to make it safer for a time trial, they use the mushroom to get extra height off of their charge jump, which cuts the grass entirely, saves a lot more time. It's a lot harder to do, though. And here we're just tricking off everything. Bouncing off cars, bouncing off the walls, doing some pole tricks. Everything in this game is trickable. If you think something's not trickable, try it. Probably is. And here we're not even tricking for that boost ramp and the boost ramp. Dangerous, but they're hanging on the edge, so they can get some extra tricks when they land. Then from here, we're going high. Wow, that's kind of weird. I don't know if that was intentional or not. And then from here, I imagine they're going to try to do, yep, another trick in the middle of their drift. You can grind on that? Hello? Okay, I want to try that next time I play this course. Didn't know that sign was grindable. So I imagine they use their last 2 mushrooms right here, because this is a good spot for mushrooms. So you boost through the first off-road. Oh, you bounce off the boxes and get some more airtime. Interesting. So that shaves off some of that turn. That's how you do the side trick. You gotta somewhat latch on the wall. And then that was a much safer version of the roof cut that I did, because it doesn't send you close to out of bounds. Jeez, man. You said everything grindable. I mean, yeah, also, everything is trickable, but also everything grindable is also a good statement. That's not wrong. Alright, next course, Whistletop Summit. They use Yoshi with Locomoto. I don't remember, but I don't think Locomoto is that great of a car in this. Let me look. Here we go, Locomoto. Yeah, it's overall bad. All of its stats are in the negatives, except for its handling on road, which is a 0.2. So no Locomoto, not Locomoto, like the racing game from PlayStation. Or Loco Roco, the platforming game, also from PlayStation. World Record uses Baby Daisy and Mock Rocket, and I know why they do that. I can't do that. I can't wait to show what they do, but it's not what you think. I'm gonna go with the Mock Rocket as well. I think that's a good pick. But in terms of the character, you want to go a lightweight here, so I think this one is just fitting if I go Conductor Toadette. And I'll use the same combo. Oh, I did download one of these. Yeah, I showed this on stream at one point. This record's outdated at this point. It's not the same anymore. It's as weird as that is, and I did set a record here, but we're gonna see if we can beat it. I think I did this on a stream too, that's why I don't remember it. I wanted to go on the rail. It says my turn to play on the railing. Oh no, I got no speed. Oh no, I failed. That's actually worse. You want to get some speed from this, but also I'm trying to see if I can get just enough so I can get to this rail. Can you? Hang on. I might cheat for a second here and just look at like the first 3 seconds of this world record video, just to make sure I can actually do this. Yeah, okay. You can. I'm just bad at timing. You have to jump. If you don't jump, you don't make it. And the jump's precise. So I'll do this one more time, then I'm just gonna go around. Okay, I'm just gonna go around then. I keep on bonking my head too much, so that tells me I just need to probably stop. You can make this. We'll see it in the world record. Because, spoilers, world record gets on that rail to begin. I might as well just take this opportunity to get some coins then. Get some extra coins here. That's probably not the ideal strat. Okay. And now we're gonna go play the open world game, because I left the course. Not what I wanted. I think I know what I want to do here, actually. I'm gonna do the charge jump strat instead, so I can save my mushroom for the ending. I just really want to get that, man, I swear. Alright, try that again. Throwing myself off because I missed that beginning cut. Excuse me? Yeah, that's how that's supposed to go, so how did I miss? I think I jumped a little late and lost too much speed. Or was that too early? It was hard to tell. So this is what I do in multiplayer, actually. If we get Whistletop Summit, I do the charge jump strat going into that grass area, because you save on a mushroom. Even if you have a mushroom, it's still better to do that, because then you can use the mushroom for the ending. Like, that might look slower, but it's actually faster. Now, there's something else I know I can do here, which is way more risky, and I'm not even attempting that. No, thank you. I wanted to see, hang on. How do you do that thing? You shush. I'm practicing something. Unfortunately, this is the one thing I hate about racing in Versus and Time Trial. Lakitu is like, you can't go backwards. I'm sorry, that's illegal. Please get that out of my house. It's like, have you heard of practice, sir? I think it's right here? Yes. So what I'm looking for is that metal piece. Okay. So there's a metal silver piece I'm looking for in the ground. If I do a sideways trick, it's faster. And that's where I want to trick off the rail. If I do that, I land on the bottom rail, which will also give me another opportunity for a shortcut. Nice, I got the jump off of the other wall, so that saves some extra time. Get some more trick boosting. Then from here, we just trick off of this, trick off of it again. Then right here, jump. Right here, I jump, jump, jump. Yeah, you can actually latch higher up there, but it's, I don't know how to do it. Jump over here, just keep on riding, do a neutral hop. It's not really what I wanted. That was actually kind of bad, but we'll roll with it. That could have been better. Okay. Okay. I just didn't get the height. Alright. Going the wrong way here, let me show you. Yeah, the game is really picky about that in this. Like, I don't know, man. Lakitu does his job, and then he doesn't at the exact same time. The dude is very picky about what he wants to actually put in rules. And then, it's just dumb. It's just dumb, man. There are some areas he just picks you up for no reason, then others he just lets you go wild. Guy is very selective at his job. Okay, maybe don't try the charge jump from the right, because I'm noticing a problem with that. Every time I'm trying to do the charge from the right, I just don't get the right lineup. If I charge from the left side of the rails, I get a better lineup. That's what I want to do. And don't do that. Yeah, hopefully everyone so far has been enjoying watching the stream at a higher bitrate and resolution if you're watching in the source quality. Because tonight, as I mentioned in the very early part of the stream, so for those coming in late, we are trying 1440p streaming tonight. It's not a guarantee this is going to be the quality going forward. It's just something I wanted to try for tonight. Because I figured this would be a good game to try doing a higher resolution for. Because I just got approved to do it on Twitch's side. And YouTube's like, you can just do that since day one. So like, okay, I'll try it tonight. This is the perfect game for it anyways. It's still gonna look like crap once we get the Rainbow Road. I'm calling it now. That was kind of sloppy at the ending. How do you do that? You jump off that rail and jump back on. But it's so precise on timing. I'm just failing it every time. This is also why it's good to time trial all these courses, just to get a feel of how they play, especially with all the shortcuts. So you get to learn the ins and the outs. Very, very helpful. There you go. This is like a very tiny blade of grass there I'm using as a visual cue. Jump on that, and it's very, very likely I just make that cut. Yo, I got that. Let's go. Didn't think that would work. You can detach from the rail just like I did there and get some extra height off that wall and jump right back on it. It's great. I didn't think I would actually get it. I kind of went for it because I missed my rail jump. I was trying to land back on the rail. So that was kind of a backup. And we just take that and just right in the garbage can. That's all it takes. One more mistake, and then the whole run gets thrown in the trash can, man. Try it again. Didn't really get the speed out of that, unfortunately, because I touched the grass. There are some moments in life you don't want to touch grass, and that's one of them. Okay, you don't want to do all that. That's just bad. So I'm going to try this again. I jump here, drive right off. I tricked there, but it didn't come out. So I guess I ride this up. I trick, then I go more to the left on the final trick. Okay, so that's not worth going for. That might be that one lap where I do the wall ride and then get back on the train track. Probably the one time I'll do it because that was a fluke. The timing on that seems to be pretty precise because you have to avoid the rail while also being close enough to the wall to attach onto it. So all of that's like a stars must align thing, and I'm not sure where the stars go. It doesn't like touch grass. Clickbait title incoming. Is touching grass healthy for you? Yes, there's the title. Alright, I don't know what that was at the end. That was horrendous. We'll make do with it, though. I don't know if we're gonna actually beat my actual time that I set on this course. We may not. Especially if I drive right past the rail I'm trying to grind on. Alright, that wasn't as bad. That means I can take this sharper. And that's what you want. You want to take that shortcut pretty sharp. Alright. Sure. That was a weird attach. Just fall right off the wall as soon as I get on it, so I just lose all speed. This will be a 205. Man, I missed it by 0.76, so close enough. I know I can get that record down more. I don't even know. Is that better than my previous time? I don't think it is. I think that's worse. I'll see in a minute. But that's a 206, so it is better than the Staff Ghost. It didn't ask me to upload that, so it is a worse time. I actually did worse. Sometimes you just suck. Today's one of those days. I had a 205 before, so I literally got it almost by a full second. Okay. Alright, well, let's watch the current world record. This one's going to blow your minds if you haven't seen it. So, current record was set a month ago. Well, not even, actually. It was on August 21st. So, at this point, a little over 2 weeks ago. So, let's just go ahead and watch this. So, 145, 265. This one is insane. Because looking at their split times, every lap outside of the first one are basically the same. And the first lap's always your slowest because of the setup. So you immediately get onto the rail to start, do a double trick on it, jump off the wall, jump back onto the rail on top, do more tricks on the wall, get back on the rail. And now from here, we're jumping back and forth between rails to get some extra coins. From here, we are using our mushroom here because we jump off of this section. So they do a charge jump over that gap and make it by pixels. It's that close. Then from here, wait until the best part. That wasn't even the best part. We ran off the sign to get on top of that staircase and then right on the wall to get on top of a hidden rail, which you normally need a feather to reach. Do that 2 more times. This is an extremely hard course from what I understand for a time trial. There's just so much going on here in terms of just technical knowledge. So again, right here, they charge jump instead of doing a drift. Jump off and barely clip back on. You can see Baby Daisy's like on the edge and rocks her way on top of the floor so she doesn't fall off of the track. It is insanely close. And just look at this. Like, there's not a single dull moment in this race. You're doing tricks every single chance you get. So there's never a moment you don't see a trick boost coming out of this player. It is insane. And again, you just barely clear that jump. It is pixels away from not working. It is insane of how close that is. And you're just getting barely enough height off of the sign on that last wall ride to get on top of the staircase so you can jump on top of a rail. It is insane, man. Like, what was the time here for the Staff Ghost again? A 209? The record is a 145. It's like, man, how do we shave off 30 seconds? Parkour. That's all I have to say. Alright, next course is DK Spaceport. This is a long one. The Staff Ghost uses Pauline and the Blasternaut 3? What the heck is the Blasternaut? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's a rocket. Okay, so it's like a bullet bill cart. What is this thing on stats? Butt cheeks. Oh, okay. Average speed is 0. Acceleration is 0.2. Huh. Nothing really that great. I mean, it's decent acceleration at best, but there's other carts that are better. So let's not go with that. If they pick Pauline, they want the heavy class, and the record, I think, does the same thing. Yes, they pick a Wiggler, so they want heavy class here. So you know what? It's my boy DK's course. We're gonna play as him. And we're gonna play in the other costume because it's the only other costume for Donkey Kong in this for some stupid reason. What do they use here? They use B Dasher, that's what I figured. I was picking this anyways. I don't know what the crazy stuff you can do on this because DK Spaceport is a pretty linear course. Not really that many shortcuts. There's all the different grass areas between each lap, but that's about it. I know about this. I'm gonna try this for a minute. First try. So, this is something you see players do online. That just barely clears that jump, and it's faster. So, you're getting an extra trick boost, you're cutting a turn pretty sharp, and because you are getting a trick out of it, you land with extra speed, which makes up for the slow landing. I'll just say, the only thing that makes sense on this course in terms of the picks is probably the Pauline. Since Pauline was the damsel in distress for the Donkey Kong arcade stuff, so it's like, alright, fitting enough. I shook the controller, dude. Shake tricks are sometimes just inconsistent. But they come out faster than doing a button trick, so sometimes you want to use a shake trick for these shorter jumps because it just works. I'll just do buttons for these. Okay, how am I failing that now? Where do I gotta go? It's like this? Or like this? Okay, you gotta take that pretty sharp. That's why I'm missing it. So as soon as I get here, I need to be essentially turning towards the blue part of the wall I see just in front of me. If I'm not close to the wall, I don't have enough turn distance. Maybe I should not be burning out every time I just reset. It's getting annoying. I'm not going to try to be super precise on all these courses with a lot of the different shortcuts I'm doing, but I want to learn this stuff for online play. So, certain things like this little shortcut, it's good to just reset on, just kind of try it again and again. Because it's not that long into the course, it's like the very first thing you do. And see, look at that, we got it. Here's the shortcut everyone should be going for. That's free. I'm not gonna use my mushroom here. I want the coins. I know you can do vectoring in this game still, where you drift off of bounce pads like this and it just gives you more speed. But I'm not gonna do that because I don't really know how that works. Okay. Fire hitbox must be 5 miles wide because that thing moved by the time I got close to the Podoboo. Jeez, man, that just barely makes it with my handling. Thankfully, everything is cycle-based in this, so it's pretty easy to figure out where things are moving. I just pay attention to each lap, and I can figure out what I need to do to avoid all the obstacles. That's why I wanted to get a low trick. Alright, I'm not going to use my mushroom here, I'm just going to take it. I want the coins, so that's why I'm slowing down a little bit here. There we go. This will be a solid race. I thought I was gonna get hit by the barrel. It's like, and here comes karma. Thankfully, that was not the case. A 136.944 isn't bad because the current record's a 129. So I'm still pretty far off, but not as far off as you would think. I hate how this is the only caution for Donkey Kong right now. You couldn't have gotten literally anything else. I know we don't want to put anything from Bonanza in this just yet because of spoiler stuff, but at the same time, they could have made literally anything else for Donkey Kong, and it would have been better than one caution. I'm just saying, man. One caution was lame. Remember playing DK Arcade? It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's funny. The first version of that I grew up with was the one from Donkey Kong 64. So I did play the arcade game because the full arcade game is in Donkey Kong 64. A lot of other people I knew who played the game growing up played the NES version, which was missing the one stage in the game, the pie stage. So it was technically the inferior version. And I can't believe I technically played a better version on a game a lot of people don't care for nowadays. Alright, so this is the current world record. This was just set this month, actually, on the 1st. So, 129,765. So you're gonna see Wiggler's kind of the top pick. It seems like Wiggler's the meta for a lot of time trial stuff. Wiggler and B-Dasher specifically is like the combo you'll see in a lot of courses. Oh, they actually rub against that pipe. So they just clip it and get a little bit extra handling from doing that. Gonna go for the free cut. Yep, see, that's just so easy. Oh, we don't trick off of that. Instead, they charge jump over the trickable surface. I can't believe that's actually factor. So this is the vectoring I was talking about. If you drift into a bounce pad in this game, and then release drift as you're bouncing, you get a little bit of extra speed from it. And it's funny, because that's a glitch that is retained from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. As when they added in Mushroom Gorge from Mario Kart Wii, we started to notice that kind of stuff more and more. So any course that had mushrooms in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe specifically, if you did the same thing of just drifting into it, and then release your drift off the said mushroom, you get a little extra speed. That's called vectoring, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, so don't quote me. Also, we do actually take these top platforms. It's a little bit faster, at least with the first one. And it seems like my mushroom usage was pretty spot on, because where they use the mushrooms is similar enough. Laps 2, 3, and 6. At that point, good coin routing. There's an extra trick you can get here, but it really didn't matter if I missed it. So it's not too crazy. It's the beginning that has some of the crazier stuff, and even then, I actually did a lot of the same things they did. It's just the vectoring I didn't do. That's it. Which, that does save a decent amount of time. It adds up. Alright, next up, we sleep. We're going to Desert Hills. I'm not kidding. This course is kind of... yeah. I don't think anyone really cares for this course. Let's be real here. At least from this game. I mean, it wasn't terrible in Wii. It's just, I don't know. It's bland in this game. So, let's see. Doesn't really seem to matter what you pick here. The Nintendo Staff Ghost picks Pokey, and the record picks Daisy. What is Nintendo using? They're using the Rally Kart, which is... this one. I remember this one being okay, but what does the stats look like internally? Let's see, Rally, that's Rally Bike. Rally Kart, here it is. Oh, it's actually really good on dirt courses. No wonder why they use this on Desert Hills. That's a good pick, actually. It has a 0.6 speed increase on dirt, and that is what Desert Hills is. Nothing but dirt. And handling is also better there, too, 0.6. That's why the record is not even using what you expect. They use the W-Twin Shopper. Which I really wish would be an easier way to find these things. God, man. Really wish there was an easier way to find these vehicles in the game. Here it is. This thing 0.4 on dirt. So actually the one Nintendo's using is a little bit faster. And handling's a 0 on dirt. I might actually do Rally Kart myself. Fat. I'm gonna be a copycat. No, not him. Not being Peepa. I'm being Pokey. Pokey on the Rally Kart. Nintendo's using it. I'm using it too. It'll be a good comparison. See how much better I do on the same combo. You played at the dentist's office? Also where you played Sonic? Sometimes, man, you get to play these games in like the most interesting spots. I remember playing Sonic Shuffle for the first time on a Dreamcast. This was my first time playing a Dreamcast. It was at a teacher's room. Like, I believe it was my 6th grade English teacher. They just had a Dreamcast set up in the classroom. I don't know why. But it was cool. So I actually played like a couple minutes of Sonic Shuffle. It's a game of all time. That's all I can say there. Nothing too remarkable, nothing too bad. It's just kind of there. But to be fair, I haven't played it since, so my opinions could be different nowadays. I don't know. Okay, so that's what they do. They take the mushroom cup here. So I'm going to lose some time, and then I'm going to gain it back by just taking this other mushroom cut. I think that's what I want to do for lap 3, like go this way. I think what I want is I want to try to see if I can aim for the water, because by the time I get to lap 3, that'll be more important. But laps 1 and 2, maybe not so much. There's a crazy thing I think they do with a charge jump in this for the world record now. But I don't know how viable that's going to be for me, especially with a Pokey character here. Like, this is probably not the combo for this course for obvious reasons. I'm just going to focus on some coins here. I say as I miss every coin. I'm going to just focus on some coins just to begin. So lap 1's going to be a little slow, but that's okay. That's probably not any faster, because that Pokey's right next to me. And I have a .008 now, so I had a bigger lead on lap 1. Yeah, this one I don't really know what to do, so I think I need to watch the record and kind of study it and then try this again. But I'm not going to do that for the stream. I'm just going to do that for my own time. So I really just don't want... Okay, I think I know what I want to do. That saves more time, I think, than going for the jump cut that the Ghost is going for. So I might just take my mushroom there, going through some dirt at the very end of the course. That Yoshi and that Toad up in the top right, I thought was one person for a second. Legitimately looked like Mr. Krabs. I'm not kidding. The Toad and the red Yoshi were like on top of each other in terms of like the models. So it's like, Mr. Krabs is in this game? I thought they were doing the SpongeBob crossover with Sonic. Legit, I'm so excited for that Racing Cross Worlds. I was not expecting to actually be picking the game up on launch, and now I have a pre-order because that online demo was just so good. Mario Kart might actually finally have some competition. Yeah, see, they're ahead of me now, but they won't be for long. Because I'm going to do this cut right here. Oh, I dropped the charge jump. That's bad. This is going to be a really sloppy end. Oh, why? Why did they take the glider? Hello? That's so slow. That is so random. Why did they take a glider cut? Yeah, that's probably the smartest thing to do, waiting for the game to probably just get on sale, because give it like 2 months, it'd probably be on discount for Black Friday. I won't be surprised. Okay, I just can't get a charge jump out there. I'm gonna try it again. Thankfully, it doesn't matter what version of the game you get nowadays from what we experienced in the playtest, because the game is gonna have crossplay, so you can get any console version, PC version, doesn't matter. Just don't buy the Switch version. I think that goes without saying for any game nowadays. But Switch 2, probably fine. I played a little bit of the Switch one, and I wasn't really impressed with 30 frames. It was okay, but yeah, I'm good. If anything, I'd buy the Switch version and then immediately buy the Switch 2 upgrade. Like, I don't think I would stick with the Switch 1 base. Hang on. Can I just make that? That might be better to do. Because if you get up there, that's like a pretty big cut, right? Don't know how you get up there, though. You know, normally I say I'm sorry if someone picks up the Switch version, but if I immediately hear I'm getting the upgrade for it, then I take it back. Because that's the way to go. You really just don't want to get a base Switch game of any kind nowadays. It's just... Unless it's maybe like a small indie game that you know is already run okay on Switch, then yeah. Just get a Switch 2 one. Although it's even hard to say that, because Switch 2 third parties have been kind of shoddy at best, to say the least, right now, because Nintendo's being very stingy on who's getting dev kits. Nobody knows why. So, unfortunately, we're getting a lot of games on Switch 2 that are running worse than they should, because companies can't develop on Switch 2 yet. They have to MacGyver something to get it to work. It's really stupid. I really hope things are going to change, because right now, I swear, the Switch 2 launch is a launch of all time. It's like, it's doing really well, but it's having a horrible launch for, like, third parties, since they just can't keep up with the system. Plus, their physical sales are, like, down the toilet because of the game keycard thing. I just hope things change, man. I really do. The system's great. I just feel like Nintendo's holding a lot of the companies back. And they're holding themselves back, even in some fashion. Just because of the weird dev kit thing. Alright, well, I have an idea what I want to do for coin routing now, so that should be good. I just know my mentality, going back to that third-party thing, my mentality with the Switch 2 is still the same that is with the Switch 1. First party and indies. Because I already know if you're getting a third-party game, it's probably still better to get anything else if you just want it to run okay. Although, the thing I'm just not confident on, which is why I'm so adamant on maybe skipping even console versions of games nowadays, is games are all running like absolute butt cheeks. Like, devs are not optimizing games at all anymore. We're just rushing things out the door and just relying on AI upscaling, and it's not working. So, as of right now, even consoles are getting heavily screwed by this mentality. I heard that with Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, if you have it on the PS5 Pro, due to how they optimize things, aka didn't, the game actually runs worse on the Pro because it's running at a higher resolution, but it can't keep up with the frame rate. So, the game itself runs worse and doesn't look nearly as good on a more expensive console. Like, this is the state of things we're in right now. It's not good. And I heard it's basically unplayable on Steam Deck, so if you're even going to try to play it portably, dear God, good luck. Like, I heard it goes down to single frame digits on Steam Deck, which is, at this point, just insulting that even is apparently Steam Deck verified, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, who tested this? Because I think you're wrong. This will be a 144, right? Yeah, 144, 895. Just barely a 144. I think I'll go my more distaste of current modern gaming, as I feel like I do every once a month on stream. I might go into that once we get to the next course, Shy Guy Bazaar, because I'm pretty comfortable in that course, and there's going to be a lot of resets. I'm warning you now, because I'm going to be doing some very specific things on the course because of practice. That's a course I really do need some more practice in. Alright, let's watch the record here. So, this course's record uses Daisy. Everyone's fan favorite character, it seems, in this one. Let's just say the specific crowd has a specific taste in Daisy. And leave it at that because people are weird, man. This record was just set a month ago on the 18th of August. So this one's been standing for a bit. They use Daisy on the W Twin Chopper, so a very unconventional vehicle, but that's because this course is mostly dirt. And this vehicle's pretty good on dirt. So they start off with the start boost into a charge jump. We're hugging the very edge of the grass, but not touching it. Skipping those coins right in the middle. Probably just faster just go past the coins. Utilizing a lot of charge jumps, I'm noticing. Oh, we're just taking that area. Okay. Oh, and you just barely make it up here. And then you jump off the rail early? Oh! Oh! That's a lot of wall riding. So, we go up top, ride a rail, detach from it immediately, ride a rail below, jump off of that one immediately, and hug the wall in such a specific way where you're just kind of hovering on it for so long, you skip all the grass. This ending is insane. But you only do it on lap 1. From what I understand, that's pretty difficult, because that was something just discovered, like, last month. So, they do a charge jump into the wall near the grass area instead for laps 2 and 3. That makes more sense. Because that's not as fast as the lap 1 strategy, but it is safer. So I don't think you want to go for risky strats all 3 laps until you're really confident. We might see that happen at some point, all 3 laps. But for now, it looks like we're playing it safe, just taking the dirt cut, then from here, charge jumping off of this torch, I guess. It's hard to tell if they hit it or not because of the ghost work, and just go right for the water. A basic course like this has that much tech already. Because this course has almost no shortcuts, really. There's a lot of dirt areas you can boost through, but that's it. Like, that's all for your shortcuts. So they're finding a lot of other ways of playing. Alright, so the next course is Shy Guy Bazaar. It's good to use a lightweight character here. And this is why I actually want to practice things in a very specific way. So I'm going to just pick something that probably would be more like the online scene. Baby Blooper Nabbit. Because on the world record, they use Mach Rocket here, so that's close enough. It's over here. I really hate how I have to leave this. Because I really want to listen to the song, but I gotta race against this ghost. I love the remix of the Mario 64 credits in this. It's so good. It's a mix of rock, while still keeping some of that whimsical tone that the original ending credits theme had from the N64. Also, I love like the little I love the clap sound in the middle of this, like with the maracas. Sounds like maracas to me. I already know they do crazy things here. I can't. That's even a bad thing. I don't want to do that. So I think when I get on the rail, hang on. I go from here, jump, and jump. Then I'm just going to do this. Because you want a sideways trick. But is it faster to do that or go? I think you want to go on the right rail, right? So you don't want to go up here and attach to the wall. That's just not good. And you don't really get the same speed if you do a neutral trick into a right trick. It doesn't work the same way. Okay. Now I know what I'm going to do. So the beginning here, this is the hardest part. I start with a mushroom boost here from my start boost, and then immediately jump on the rail. That the game ate one of my inputs. Yeah, I was supposed to do that. I was holding right, and it counted as up. which is weird. Alright, let's keep on going. Let's talk about that distaste in modern gaming again, huh? I read a headline the other day, which shocked the crap out of me at this point, that we're this far in. I read like a report that Sony is still doing all the live service stuff. They canceled 8 out of the 12 things they had planned. 8 of the 12! That is insane! They're still pushing for the live service kind of gameplay stuff. I don't know how they're surviving. 8 of 12? Are you kidding me? Most of the stuff they have tried has been dead in the water. So this is why I'm just shocked that I'm still reading stories about them pushing for this initiative when they keep on failing every single time. I know, like, at this point, we've talked about that a lot over the past few months on streaming stuff, like, just how these live service games as a whole has just not been healthy for the overall gaming scene. But when I read that article, I'm like, man, maybe you should just give up while you're behind. You're not even ahead at this point. The only company that's good about it has been Epic Games with Fortnite, but that was like catching lightning in a bottle. They got very, very fortunate that that game blew up when it did, because nothing else has been able to do the same in terms of player-based numbers. Not even close. Every company's been trying to capture that Fortnite magic, which is just not happening anymore. That kind of time has long passed. I don't want to do an extra trick there, because that could be really scary if I miss it. Speaking of scary, that was really wide. You want to be more towards the right there so you can actually land on the rail. I was not. I don't know, I guess just for the sake of conversation here, have any of you here watching stream, any of you guys in chat actually played any live service games? And I'm going to just immediately say not Splatoon, because I know this community has all played Splatoon 3, and that's the closest to a live service in general. Because at least from what I've gathered from my general audience, there's really just no interest in that kind of game. I've tried some. The only real one I've put some time into has been Apex Legends, and even then, it hasn't really clicked to me in the same way. I don't really like playing it in the open style, which is the Battle Royale. Instead, I just play it just standard team deathmatch, and even then, it's been like here and there. It's fun because I like Titanfall, but it's something that's very stuck. Also, the game is Hand Cramp City if you're playing on Switch 2 with a mouse control. Learn that one the hard way. I didn't mean to do that. I held forward. Like, that's what I want. I'm gonna try something here, since I failed. No, okay. You can do a charge jump off that ramp and hit the side of the wall. If you have enough height from the charge jump, then you latch onto the top part, which is a rail. So, no good. That's pretty precise, but we'll see that happen in the record. Alright, outside of the rail thing in the beginning, that wasn't a bad lap one. I'll continue going with this. I don't want to be on the same course forever. I can definitely do better, but this is pretty solid so far. This is what I would want for an online race. Like, this is really good. Except for that. As soon as I say that, I don't get the right trick. You really want a right trick off of that final rail. I guess if you land on the rail immediately and then go for a trick, the game's going to default to a forward trick, because I am holding right. But as soon as I'm landing on the rail, I'm holding right and then trying to jump. I don't think I have enough time. I'd still do the same thing here. Except the only difference now is I just go straight. Yo, sub 203, let's go. That was pretty clean. Again, minus those 2 failed right tricks. I got 1 of 3. That's a little unfortunate. That was still 10 seconds faster than the Nintendo Staff Ghost. And that's my goal. I want to beat all the Staff Ghosts. And it's not hard to do that, really. Some courses might be a struggle, but this one, not so much. All right, let's go ahead and watch the record. This one here was set August 22nd, so a couple weeks ago. And it's by a Baby Peach. Again, you want a lightweight for this one, so they pick Baby Peach. Probably for the extra handling stat, I would imagine. And they're on Mock Rocket. So, right in the beginning, everything I was doing, you're going to see them do, but there'll be an alteration once they get to the top in the beginning here. So, we jump off sand in the beginning, get some tricks off these grind rails. From here, they actually do latch on the wall, jump off immediately, and take this bottom half. Then from here, they get a charge jump, latch on the wall, which barely counts as landing on the top section, so they can drive on top of the roof. Then from here, oh, we're just getting some extra charge jumps out, so we can just trick off walls more. Some extra points here. Oh, you can actually do a left trick there. Or left trick. Right trick. You left trick, you die. You want to land almost immediately from glider, so they're holding down, so they get out of the glider faster. And then that's pretty much the entire race. What we just saw in lap 1, do that 2 more times. It's a pretty simple course when you break it down, but there's just a lot going on. A lot of precise jumps here and there, and a lot of grind rail sections. You constantly want to be getting trick boost here. Oh, they're not doing the wall ride again. That must be a pretty difficult thing. So, just like Desert Hills, they're only doing that on lap 1, I imagine, because of how hard it can be. Oh, and I see there's an extra advantage of going low there. So if you fly right to the very edge using the glider there, at the end of this track, you can land on that part of the ground, which has a tiny lip off of the next piece of ground. So you can trick off of it and get some extra speed. Interesting. Yeah, I would love to learn how that charge jump works. That looks very precise. Probably something I wouldn't want to use in online gameplay, but for a time trial, and that's really important to know. Mind you, if you want to really be serious about time trialing, look at these records, study it, see what character and carts are being used, and try to use the stuff yourself and see just how exactly you can optimize what they're trying to do for your own kind of gameplay. And maybe take out some harder shortcuts if you can't do it. Not bad. Alright, next course. Wario Stadium. Ironically, they use Waluigi. Someone missed the memo. It's Wario Stadium, excuse me. It's not Waluigi. They also use Wind Twin Chopper, so we've seen what that is like. What's the record use here? It is a Toadette on the Real Racer. Oh, they use Real Racer in this? That's interesting. This is probably another course I want to practice the same way as an online, because this one's kind of technical, so I'm going to probably keep my combo. I don't know why they use Waluigi here. Hello? Guys, Wario Stadium. You can use Wario here. I'm just saying. Kinda picked the wrong guy. I already know what I'm doing here. I've actually time trialed this before. I just never finished it. Because this is a very technical course, so I wanted to learn it, so I know what to do for online. And I already messed something up. Okay. I'm gonna restart. There's a very specific shortcut I need to go for here. It saves so much time. It's the best place to use my mushroom too, so I want to get this shortcut. All 3 laps. I'll explain it once we get it. Oh, it's too low. See, what happens here, if you get it too low, this is what you do in the backup for online. So, if you can't get to that right rail in the beginning of the trick section, what you do instead is ride the left wall, trick back and forth, and then just drive the course normally. I think that's slightly faster than going up top and trying again for the rail. Oh, I just barely got that. Just enough height. Lakitu, why? I was still in bounds. The guy's like, hang on, he's too high. Put it down, put it down. Nope. Lakitu's like, oh my god, that guy's in the audience. No, man, no. We're just gonna grab him. We're just gonna take our man. It's like, nope. And we'll just put him right back to where he was, and he should be fine. I swear, man, Lakitu's too good at his job sometimes. Okay, I need to see what am I doing wrong there. There are tricks you do here, so you do this trick, you do this trick, right over here, trick up, trick left, trick, go up here, trick left, trick right. My directions are wrong, you get the idea. Okay. So I think I was just off on my angle for that wall ride in the beginning. This is a very important wall ride, you just skip a whole turn. And everybody goes for this. So learn it. It's very important if you want to save time. What? Oh, I'm sorry. My tire just randomly left the state of the wall. Okay, like what? I run out of glue? This isn't gonna work. What is going on with that trick in the beginning? This one is one of those courses I want to practice because this is a hard course. So I really want to get these tricks down. Like, it's a very simplistic course, but it has so many trick opportunities. You don't want to be missing these. I think that's what I want to do. Just take that wide. If I take the turn wide to get to the first wall, I should be fine. No! I missed it. This is the trick you really gotta get every lap if you really want to save time. I don't know what happened there. Like, I did the same thing and it worked the second time. I don't know, man. This rail is very, very picky about how you can attach to it. Because I think it's supposed to be a feather-only shortcut. But you can make it with a mushroom. It's just for whatever reason that rail is very hard to attach to. Dude, I was too off again. That time I actually looked like I was too sideways. So even though I get the height and actually touch where the rail is, I just for whatever reason, don't have the right angle, so I don't attach correctly. The angle's super important to get to that rail. It actually didn't matter, I didn't get the full start boost there. I still can get to the rail, and that's the more important thing. As long as I get to the rail, I'm not wasting any time. Alright, I got it. Now the problem is, after this lap, there are no more coins! No more coins that spawn! What happened to all my height? What the heck? Okay, that was weird. No coins spawn in after the coins you grab. So in that case, I just grab the coin at the very far edge. There will never be a coin there again. So I can't rely on these coins to come back, and they do give you a slight speed boost when you collect them. And that slight speed boost can actually make a pretty big difference for getting some of these cuts. What? The glue wars off. Okay, why? The speed boost from a coin can sometimes be a make it or break it for getting certain shortcuts. Like that one I'm going for with the rail. If you don't get the speed boost from that said coin, you might not actually make it. Okay, I think I took that way too wide. Yeah, alright. I can take that wide, but not too wide. That's great. It's a pretty much a just right situation. Alright, got the first cut. Good. Now I'm going to hold a charge jump here and okay, I didn't get it. What the heck? I'm nowhere near where the out of bounds counts. Why? I can get back over there with a trick, dude. Lakitu, you're too good at your job. Please retire. Just let me drive. This game is an open world, man. Just take a break. I didn't mean for the charge jump there. That's a sketch, but whatever. I guess it works. That also was sketch, but hey, at least it worked. Now they're gonna take the cut right here, which catches up, but not enough. I'm still ahead. By how much? Over a second. Jeez, dude. See, these cuts I'm doing are extremely important. They're saving a lot of time. Even though I'm not taking the optimal shortcut at the very end with my mushroom, I'm using it in a better shortcut. And I did a stupid thing in the very beginning with my charge jump, so that tells you a lot right there. Alright, got it. I think I'm jumping too late there, so I'm still getting too much height. I gotta learn the jump timing there, because I think it's a little earlier than what I'm doing. You want to charge jump there instead of take the ramp, because it's actually better for speed. I'm not gonna do the jump there. I think it's too risky. All right, 3 for 3. That's the important shortcut. Okay, that felt right. $2.15. I'll take it. I think I can get a $2.14 actually. So if I cut my corners a little bit tighter, it is possible for me to shave another second off of that, but I'll take a 215. That's pretty solid, especially given how hard Wario Stadium can be. It's a very technical track with all those tricks. And now, let's watch what the world record does and cry. Because it's gonna be way better than what I just did. Alright, view ranking. Let's see what it is. It's a 201.88. This was just set earlier this month on the 4th. They used Toadette and the Real Racer. And based on these splits, yeah, I know what they're doing all 3 laps. It's a very consistent race. So pretty much everything I just did, but better. So instantly in the beginning, we start with those same tricks to get some speed in the beginning, get on this top rail, instantly get off of it and trick over back into the course. Oh, we're doing some diagonal tricks here. Interesting. So that gives you some extra speed, and it's a little more risky, but it seems like they found the right angles. Oh, we're getting up on top? Oh, that's not what I expected. You see, what I was doing, I guess, was online strats. But there's a harder thing to do, which is better for time trials. This could be a whole chunk of the course, and I guess Lakitu doesn't care about that shortcut. So you're allowed to do it. Doesn't get picked up. It seems like the Real Racer for Toadette here is giving him, or giving this player ever so slightly less speed in some areas, which is making that rail jump a little more consistent. Maybe, I don't know. That or like better handling, I don't know, because I was making that rail and sometimes not getting the right angle. Okay, now they do this. All right, so that thing they did on lap 1, yeah, lap 1 exclusive thing because of how hard it is. We've seen that before on other tracks. So now laps 2 and 3 are probably just going to do the same thing I was doing, where they're taking that rail shortcut. So this is going to be the same, I imagine, especially given the split time I looked at was another 39. So if I go for the wall here, we'll know. Yep, they're doing the same rail cut as lap 2. So that must be really difficult and barely counts back in bounds. So it's just a little too risky to go for. And right there, you saw on lap 2, they used their mushroom to get on that rail, but lap 3, they actually used the coin instead. The coin gives you just enough of a speed boost to get on top of that rail. But it is still kind of precise, and that's why I would prefer, if I can make that shortcut, probably doing it without relying on the coin, because, I don't know, my experience, that coin, very risky. It might not give you enough of a speed boost sometimes. It's just, I'm not comfortable, man. Alright, next one is Airship Fortress. They use Bowser Jr. with a Mecha Trike. Mecha Trike, I remember not being that good of a car. Like, its stats look okay here, but if I look in the actual code... Where is it on this list? It's not in any, like, alphabetical order, so that's why it makes it kind of hard to find things, and that's a little annoying. I wish it was in alphabetical order. Because I'm just scrolling and trying to find it. Oh, that's Mock Rock. I saw an M. Man, I like what you guys have done in the community to find all these different stats, but can we just make this an alphabetical list, please? That'd be nice. Alright, I found it. So, this vehicle is... Oh, okay, yeah, it's not that great. Its handling is bad. Oh, on road it's negative 0.8. Dirt is negative 0.8. It's okay in water at 0.4, but yeah, that handling, I don't know about that one, Chief. Its speed is actually better in water, too, so this is a water vehicle, if anything. No thanks. What do they use here on the record? They use Spike and Mock Rocket. Yeah, so, like, don't even bother, dude. I'll use the Mock Rocket as well, but I'm gonna change my character. I don't want to always be on Nabbit. I don't want to always even be, like, on the meta combo setup of, like, here's this lightweight. I do still want to be a lightweight, I think. Because an airship, they use Spike and Mock Rocket, which makes a lot of sense based on the actual handling, but I'm gonna be my friend Dry Bones. Shout out to Dry Bones. I don't really think he has the best stats, though, but I just want to be Dry Bones. Now this one I might reset a couple times in the beginning. It's this rail cut here. This is the part I struggle with, so I gotta learn. That was way too high. Oh my god, dude. Okay, well, I'll keep this one going. That wasn't terrible. I'm already ahead by maybe 2 seconds. It's close. Not exact. Oh, I missed that. Alright. See, that's another thing I want to go for. I have to remember the time. How many torches was that? Was that 3 I saw on the wall? I'm looking for a torch cue, visual cue at the very end spiral. If I pay attention to the torches on the wall, I might be able to figure out when to let go of my drift. Not that. Okay. And unfortunately, I don't have any chance because Lakitu is like, please come back. I miss you. I don't want to launch too far over, but I don't want to underdo it because then I miss the rail. I gotta find that sweet spot. Like that. Yeah, it was a little risky. Just almost got to be tried. I was say like, no, I finger slipped. Stupid trigger hit the desk. I was gonna say I was gonna be burnt bones there in a second. Oh man, I'm focused on the racing. Commentary gets forgotten about, it feels like. My brain just shuts off. It is hard to race like this, like be very, very focused in the game, but also commentate. It is like the streaming thing. It's always hard to play good and talk good. You gotta find that happy middle ground, which is always the hardest thing to do. It's like streamer. Maybe just a content creator in general for what I do in general, content. Okay, I don't know what happened there. I thought I was on the rail, but I wasn't anymore. So instead of doing a trick, I was doing a charge jump. Well, that's sketchy. I think I want to immediately get on the rail and jump to left if I go to the right side. Like, do this. It was too risky. I was gonna get burned. You can probably get there a little bit faster, and if you do, then you want to probably jump over to that rail on the left. But that was not it. Now. Nope! I was not holding the analog stick at all. My finger was off of it, so I was just going for a charge jump. I drifted. Why? Just why, dude? I'm trying to do a charge jump, not a drift video game. Dude, man, I swear, sometimes the game holds an input for a long time. I don't know how that counted as a drift. I don't trick there. I'm just gonna take this one careful. I might have been a little bit slower, but I just wanted the coin.
Coins are important in the beginning, but I'm pretty good on coins at this point, so don't have to worry about it anymore. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Too low. You can charge jump there at the very end of that dirt path, and if you do it right, you should be able to jump on the rail. But the timing seems to be a little strict. I don't know if I want to do the charge jump. I'll give it one more honest attempt, and I might just start doing just a mushroom cut through and drift just to make a sharp turn. That might just be the safer thing. And what did I do wrong there? Alright, just take the rail. I'm gonna jump here. Actually, that's probably a better spot to even jump. Can I do that? Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Hey, Skies, what are you doing? Last turn, instead of counting, just check the arrow on the map so you start... Okay, that's a good idea, too. I can try that. Thanks for the tip. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah, it is easier. And now I figure out the timing for that charge jump too. Perfect. Alright, so now this should be pretty okay. Just gonna play the rail part safe there, going into the main body of the course. Get some more coins. Okay, that was sketch. I think doing the trick there kind of saved me, because I think if I went forward, maybe I would have hit the fire. Don't know exactly. Wow, I'm over 6 seconds ahead. Nice. This has to be a very clean airship so far. Yeah, I feel a lot more confident for this one online now, so that's good. That's why you time trial, because it really helps with the online racing. So it's a good note. It's 5 torches here, but look at the mini-map, and you can see when your arrow is at the edge, which makes that a lot more consistent. So that arrow trick was really helpful. Thanks for that, Sky Sword. Appreciate the tip. A 10-second time lead over the Staff Ghost. And now to watch the world record and cry to sleep. I know I'm not picking the optimal character for it, but I don't care, man. Dry Bones is cool. So, all spikes. Oops, all spikes. And I mean it. Outside of, like, the Baby Marios in the beginning there. Alright, let's download this one. This world record was, let's see. This was set on the 21st of August, so almost a month ago. Spike on Mock Rocket. Okay, their split times. Yeah, they're pretty much doing what we just saw. Nothing really too crazy we haven't seen, just more optimal. Oh, looks like they get a little bit of a lower trick there by not tricking right away. Get off the rail early and then charge jump back on the railing. Okay. Do a sideways trick at the edge so you can just get the extra momentum from the sideways trick. Interesting. Then we go right for the right side first. Get the coin. Doing some tricks in the air because I'm bored. Like, tricking in the air doesn't matter on the gliding section, but some players will do that in time trial just to kind of do whatever. kill some time. And yeah, they're doing basically the same thing I was doing there with the charge jump, but that's just some better timing. Oh yeah, it looks like they're jumping there and then doing a trick, which is so weird from the timing. So that's definitely a weird detach off the rail based on that timing for the jump. And then from here, we're just gonna ride the rail. Oh, we're gonna stick to the left. It looked like they're gonna hit the left and then maybe jump to the right, but they just barely clear the fire on this lap. And same thing as before, take this pretty tight. Wait until you get near the end of the spiral to let go your drift, although they let it go pretty early. And then from there, you can use your mushroom earlier, so it's a little more risky to do that, but it guarantees you're still going to get a lot of speed out of your mushroom and the timing for your charge jump. You'll still get a lot of speed from all of it. May not be the easiest to do online, though. And then from here, I imagine it's just the same. Oh no, we're getting a little extra trick out, because why not? And again, just some extra tricks in the air, just to pass some time. I'm gonna see, when do they let go? So it's right when they're facing down on the spiral, right before the ending. Interesting. And then charge jump at the end, and that's that. Hey Omar, how you doing? Work on time trialing as well? Good luck to you, sir. It's been a lot of fun to do these time trialing things so far, just to learn a lot of the ins and outs. And speaking of, this next one's another one I've been really trying to practice. This has a lot of technical cuts, so I'm kind of worried about this next track. DK Pass. They use Shy Guy and the Dread Sled. This is actually a good course for the sleds, because they do have a speed bump on these courses. It does count as terrain. So how much is it here? Yeah, Dread Sled. Its dirt speed is a 0.8, and its handling is a 0.8, and that is snow. So Dread Sled is probably the way to go here for just overall control and speed. World Record, on the other hand, uses the Rob Hog because they were doing some more technical stuff, so they want just better handling and I guess mini turbo, stuff like that. The stuff I want to try, I think I may want to go Rob Hog as well. They go with Swoop, so again, they're lightweight. Let's try it with Nabbit. Nabbit, Rob Hog. I don't know if that's ideal. I don't want to go with the exact same thing the Record's doing because that seems to be too much. So I'll just go with the other meta character. Yeah, I agree with you there, Matt. The movement options in this game is just so insane. That's why I just really love coming back to this game and playing it a lot. But it's just a shame that if you play online, you're not playing like this because of all the intermissions. You really do need to be playing in private lobbies. It's the only way to not deal with intermissions every other race, or every race in some cases. Alright, that looks slower, but trust me, it's not. Hitting the snowball is, though. That's so stupid timing. Unfortunately, lap 1, I feel like every time I make that cut, I'm pretty much right in the path of the snowball. So I'm probably going to clip there a couple times. But yeah, this may look slower, but realistically, actually getting up here on this ledge and not using your mushroom, it is faster than using your mushroom because there's a better place to use it later. But if you get up here and just take this turn really sharp up on the snow, instead of taking the rail, you take a pretty big shortcut. Now we can go for the old classic pole cut here. Yeah, see, this is slower. I don't want to hit that ever. So unfortunately, this one's kind of ick. That's why I need to practice this, because the timing is just kind of hard for me to keep up with. Okay, I landed on the snow and bounced right up like I was a rubber ball. I didn't know my tires were that inflated. I gotta pick up the pace, because I want to do all these time trials tonight, and I'm 2 hours in, and I'm only a third of the way there? Not even? So I gotta pick up the pace here. Like I remember, you want to hold right and then pull left. Yeah, that works. Then from here, jump here, get a purple or an orange or rainbow. I'm just gonna keep on calling these purple mini turbos because that's what they were in the previous game. There you go. That's how that cut goes. And if I can do that 2 more times, that'd be great. That tree cut's hard. So I might not get the full thing every lap, but I'm gonna try it. Good, good. I'm gonna go for this again. This is actually really risky to do online, so this is probably not a strat you do online racing, but for time trialing, it's obviously a good thing. Go for the full boost here. That way I can hit the tree, this tree, hit this tree. Oh, I'm not getting the full cut, but this is okay. That's good enough. That's still a lot of the shortcut. And I can definitely optimize this more, but I want to play more of the courses, so I gotta start getting in the mentality of good enough for certain parts of these laps and just gonna move on. Like, I lost a second there by not getting the full tree cut, but it's still faster than the staff ghost. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How'd that hit? What is happening? What is happening? That was like the most sketch thing. All right, now I'll take the reset because I literally got the worst possible outcome out of that shortcut. Not only did I hit the rail, but then I detached from it too early, trying to do an extra trick to save some of that cut, and almost fell right out of bounds. Not good. Oh, that was close. If you saw me hug that rail for a very split second in the air, that almost put me on it. That's how close I was to touching that rail. Because I almost got pulled in. Not the full thing, but that's okay. I can get an orange here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I agree with you, Omar. The movement in this game is the whole reason why I keep on coming back. It's just so sick. I did not get the mini turbo out of that. That's bad. My mushroom ended right at the edge of the snow, so I couldn't keep my speed. I think I jump here. Yeah, so I gotta jump a little bit earlier, and then I'm far enough away. Let me try this version of the cut. Yeah, so this is gonna be a reset, obviously, but I'm just practicing this. There's a second way of doing the street cut. It was supposed to be a little more consistent. That's how you do it, but timing I gotta learn, because I've only learned, ironically, the harder version. So that's not ideal, but it is faster. It's funny, the advantage that Dread Sled has, it's only gonna, oh god, that's a reset. It's only gonna really have an advantage in the second half of this course once you get to the snow. Because the beginning half, where you're doing all these sharp turns, that Dread Sled's terrible. So that's why probably picking something like the Rob Hog is a better choice because of the road speed alone. Yeah, not getting that full cut. Not great. But it's still fast. Did they use the mushroom there? On that turn? Really? If that's the case, why? They did. They would have caught up to me on that final turn if they used the mushroom there, so that's weird. They're using it very early. Someone at Nintendo HQ, I guess, didn't play this course on Mario Kart DS, because everyone knows if you played this on DS, you save your mushroom for the very end, because that's just such a massive shortcut. Yeah, these are not optimal turns. I'm getting a lot of my speed just cut by taking the turns like I'm doing it, but it's alright. And I know I can take that a little bit wider, but I'm, again, playing it safe. Because I'm really wanting to practice here for this wall shortcut. This is the hardest part of the track for me. So I'm still learning it. And I got a 3 for 3. Now I gotta go for the second half of it, which is jumping down here, hit the wall, jump. Oh god, I got some extra height. That was scary, but I'm good. That's really not a good thing, though, because I lose a lot of speed. And again, not getting the full tree cut there. I'm doing the hard version, which may be faster, but not if I keep on failing. You're supposed to hit all trees. You cut the final turn, release your orange mini turn to snow right before you lose. Okay. I did, but unfortunately my timing got cut. I see what you're talking about, though. It is a very specific use. So if I get that timing a little bit closer, then I can probably do what you're talking about, where I can get the mushroom boost, orange mini turbo out, and then from there I'm still getting enough speed to get back on the course. Let me see really quick. I failed at the end, but that's fine. I'm not going to redo it for just a mushroom cut. So I'm going to turn around and immediately try it, which is going to really irritate Lakitu. I was like, shut up, I don't care. We're going backwards, I don't care about you. Because every once in a while I got to turn around like this. And he's like, no, no, no. You can't be doing that. And so watch me. Once I get back here, then I can do rewind stuff. That or I could just do this at this point. It was just for the turn I wanted to take it. Alright, so when I get here... then I can boost off this. Oh yeah, that saves a lot of time. So I see exactly what you're talking about. Hold left the whole time. Yeah, that's... I think I might be releasing too late, so that would also probably help too. Yeah, that is so much faster. I'll look at the tree thing real quick and then we're gonna move on. Because I'm not gonna play this anymore. We gotta watch the world record after all. Unfortunately, we can't see their inputs. I'll have to just learn all this stuff from just trying it myself. And see, that's why I'm glad I got this 3 for 3. If you're too close to the wall, you just can't make it. So sometimes it might be better to just go around, depending on the situation here online, due to all the commotion. Because everybody's gonna go for this cut in like higher rooms. So that's just very risky. Okay, yeah, this is definitely something I'll have to play around with, because I'm seeing what you're talking about, holding left the whole time there. It's just I gotta get a good angle going into the tree, so this is definitely something I'll practice more. Yeah, because honestly, right here, if I let go of left, once I hit the second tree, that might line up a little bit better, because once I'm holding left there, it's a little sketchy. So there's definitely a lot of trial and error, depending on my angle coming in. And even just other factors, too. Plus, I've been learning the rail version of this, which does seem to be a little bit more consistent. So, I'll definitely play around with this one more. Well, it's not going to be consistent if I have 0 speed. Alright, let's watch the record. Yeah, it is very tough, but I appreciate the tip, by the way. Alright, view ranking. This one here, this record was just set earlier today. Surprising. So the swoop on the Rob Hog. And I know they're going for that cut all 3 times, so we're gonna see how the tree cut's really done. Again, we won't know about the inputs, but I can gauge maybe by their tires if I really can see where they're turning. Hey, Super Spire, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot of newer records getting set here, because time trialing in this game right now is very competitive. A lot of people are going back and forth trading records, what I'm seeing on this leaderboard. So yeah, they go for this cut. They jump earlier off the wall, so you can jump earlier and still make it without attaching, because if you're too close to that rail, it just sucks you in. And from here, okay, they're going for the easier version of it. They're doing the rail cut. Because setting up with the rail feels like that makes that specific jump more consistent. Oh, we're going for an extra drift into a trick. Interesting. And then from here, rubbing the wall. Okay, so you can even get closer to the wall. But they're getting a lot of speed out of that mushroom still. Like a lot of mileage. So it is possible. I think I might just do what you were saying there, Sky Sword, and release my boost and in the snow itself instead of doing what they're doing there. That seems sketchy. You really gotta be precise making that turn with the mushroom in the ending. But yeah, you make all 3 of these tree bounces, or 2 if you're going with the rail version. That shaves off a lot of the course there in the middle section. And then from here, again, we're going in the snow a little bit and then using the mushroom. So you have a little bit of leniency entering the snow before your drift is eaten, and they're using that to their advantage. Interesting. Might keep that in mind too for a future attempt. Again, they're cutting that pretty close to both the rail and the out of bounds section. They go past those signposts and that's out of bounds. Yeah, that rail is much more consistent. If you can get the rail cut into the wall bouncing the trees, that seems to be the better way of going. But sometimes online you might have to pivot, and that's why I was trying the other strategy, because that's the one I learned first. That's impressive. Okay, next up. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care for Starview Peak. Like, this is like bottom 5 for me. Not really that impressive of a track. I've heard that some people have had a turnaround on it. I don't really care for it too much. There's too much water on the track, so most of it is just kind of slow. Although there are ways to circumvent this. Nintendo's employee used Rosalina with the Stellar Sled. Interesting, they're using the sled for this one. I guess the terrain bonus helps for that. Record is using... Okay, really? It's the real racer. I won't tell you the character until we watch it. Let's just say it's not who you think. I'm going to use Rosalina myself. And in fact, I'll use the Rosalina Real Racer combo, because it really doesn't matter for this course too much for me. This is my combo I use for Knockout Tour, so I can get the 3-star. And I'm the veteran that has the badge of honor that says, I beaten Mario Kart World 1.0. Or I guess like 1.1, whatever it was, day 1 update. I beat it without having the CPUs being nerfed and got my 3-star. Don't recommend. It sucks. But I did it. This might look slower in the beginning, but I should be making up the time, because I didn't use my mushroom with this, Rosalina did. Ooh, that was sketchy. Okay, speaking of sketch. I wanted to do a sideways trick there, and I just unfortunately did a neutral trick. Yeah, only 2 turns is not much. There's just a lot of, like, the problem I have is just a lot of water. Water in this game is not fun to drive through. It's very slow. Even with, like, the Mach 200cc thing they do here, it's still not that much faster because of the water. So it's just kind of boring. At least to me. I've heard, like I said, some people have kind of turned around on this track, but not me. The most technical thing you can do is right here at the ending. So it would be this mushroom cut I'm going for. So charge jump, mushroom, jump. I'm gonna left trick here, get back in the water, and then from here, try to drive on the edge. Because this is faster than driving normally in the water. That's the most this course gets technical-wise, and then when they use some of your drifts. Like, you saw me here on lap 1, I'll do it again here in lap 2. But once I get a rainbow mini here, I release, I charge it, and then I jump. Gets a little bit of extra speed. We saw that against the Ghost. It saves a lot of time. And that's basically it. Like, you've seen all the tech. It's pretty minimal. No, I did it again. Problem is, if I hold this direction on my stick, sometimes it counts as a left down, and if it's left down, that might as well be neutral trick. And I think that's what was happening. I miss notches. Bring back notches on my controllers. That way I know if I'm getting the right cardinal direction. Why do we get rid of notches to begin with, man? Did I get the rainbow? I think I just barely got the rainbow. You want rainbow mini there because it's just slightly faster coming in this section than using your mushroom. Because then you can save it for this. Don't mind water most track, Warrior Shipyard, and Salty Speedway. Yeah, Salty Speedway doesn't have too much water until the end, so it's not that bad. And a lot of the water you can skip in Warrior Shipyard, so it's a pretty technical track, so I can see that. I like Warrior Shipyard, personally. I think that's probably my favorite water track in this game. I know it's like a technical thing you can do on Salty Speedway that's like a pretty big shortcut for like the beginning waterfall area. I can't really do it. So that's another one I'll need some practice. I missed the rail. How did I miss the rail? That's a first. If I'm close enough to it, I normally just get sucked in. So this is kind of a terrible lap too. That's whatever. Unfortunately, I don't dip far enough in the water when I land on it initially, because I would love a initial trick getting in the water. There we go. Now, see, that's why I expected lap 2. I don't know what happened. So, lap 1 and 3 were pretty good. We don't talk about lap 2. That was pretty bad. And you're going to see in the world record, they're going to get that 3 for 3. It's not hard to do that. I just got a really weird trick, I guess, on lap 2. Sometimes it just happens. Not bad time save, though. Alright, so this record's interesting. This record was set on the 3rd of this month, so like a week-old record. You won't believe the character they picked, though. The character is definitely not what I expected at first. It's Cal. Yeah, you would think this guy would have a home court advantage at Moo Moo. No, it's up in the frozen tundra. Cal does get an extra stat boost on terrain, and this track has a lot of terrain, so that's probably why a lot of players are going for Cal at this point. And spoilers, we will be seeing Cal again in another record, just in the place you probably actually expect Cal. So we hug the very edge, just teetering on it. Oh my god, that was very close. Purple Mini into a trick boost, gets a lot of speed. Then from here, getting a purple mini, going into another one, because that is just faster than using your mushroom at that snow cut. And I think it's actually faster to stay in the glider there. That's why they stay in it for so long. Do a trick into the rail. Oh, you can just like go to the very edge and then trick off, and you're safe. That's risky to go for that drift. If you're teetering off the edge, you're likely to drift right into the void, which is not ideal, but they barely stay on it. You notice that a lot with these records. A lot of top level players, they can just hang off the very edge of a course and they're fine. They're not falling. They're just chilling. But yeah, the rest of this is just the same. It's just take tight turns. Once you get in the water section, save your mushroom for that snow cut and do a jump out of it for the rail. Stick to the very edge of the wall so you can drive instead of be on water, and do that stuff like 3 times. Like that's the whole course. It's very simplistic. There's not too much tech going on here. That's why I don't really like this course too much. There's not that much going on, not many shortcut opportunities. It's just drive good, the course. It's like one of like what 3 courses in the whole game that do this pseudo 200cc thing, but it's in water. Water's not that fast, so even with a speed modifier here, it still doesn't really feel that fast. It's just impressive of how close you can be here, like this. They bump the wall starting the drift just to make sure they don't fall off while doing the drift. Like, it's impressive that even works, and that does give you a lot more speed. And just some camera shenanigans in the end, just because. That was impressive. Alright, next one. It's Sky High Sunday. They use Snowman in the Cute Scoot. I love the name, but I don't think it's that good of a vehicle, if I remember correctly. They use a heavyweight here in the world record, so I think I might just stick with Rosalina. And honestly, what is this, more terrain-based? Based on the vehicle, they're picking a Hot Rod. What was Hot Rod stats? That'll tell me this is more terrain-based or not. Hot Rod, no, more asphalt. Okay, so it doesn't really matter what you pick here. I'm gonna go with Rosalina B Dasher. Doing the CC for both myself and Match Dread be announced soon. I hope so, because realistically speaking, I don't know why it's not in this game. I really don't. Because 200cc, it's just a fun way of playing Mario Kart, but for whatever reason, was just taking out of this game. Because. And I'm just like, alright, sure. I don't know why we didn't bother. Especially with all the straightaways with the intermission thing. Like, 200cc would have been perfect for intermission style courses, and yet, nothing. Because the biggest complaint is just driving straight, doing nothing for 2 minutes. You can fix that by actually having a speed increase, driving to the next track. I'm just saying, man. This is the game that would have made the most sense for 200. I don't know. I hope it's announced at some point. That is my wish. Mario Kart 8 didn't get 200cc until its second update with DLC, so I was a couple months in. Close to a year, actually, because that came for Wave 2 of the original 8, and that was 2015. I remember being so hyped for it, because I saw them play it during that Nintendo World Championship they did at that year, and it was like, oh, this is so cool. This is very much like F-Zero. And we haven't had a new F-Zero in like 10 years. It's sad that that number has increased now. We have at least some F-Zero with 99, but I still would like a new, like, full-on F-Zero game at some point. Not just like an online-based Tetris 99 style game. I would love to see a full-on thing. A full-fledged game would be great. You know, this is not really faster, but here we are. It looked sick, though. I'm keeping that. That's not how you do the world record stuff. That's not how you drive this course. It's just, I had to make do with what happened there. That was backup strats, because I almost died. Not sure if I get a new F-Zero. I mean, I hope. The problem we've had for years, and this is at least what we know from dev interviews, with at least Miyamoto, is that he wasn't really sure what to do with the series going forward. And so it got shelved for many years. And because of that, we never really knew we would ever get a new one again. But F-Zero 99 showed that there's still interest in the franchise and that people want something from F-Zero. They don't care what it is. So there is interest, especially with how well that game has performed. It's been one of Nintendo's better online-focused games, from what I understand, in terms of like overall player reception and just longevity and such. So it shows interest. I just hope that the company themselves see it, put a team on it. They can literally just make the same thing they made 20 years ago, but add some new features to it, online multiplayer. It'll sell like mad. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They have Mario Kart for that. They keep on reinventing wheels with this. So they don't need to do that for F-Zero. Just make another one. Indie games have done basically that, and look how well they've done over the years. So I'm just saying, man. Just saying. Alright. Current world record here. This one was set on 24th of August, so almost a month ago. Wario Hot Rod. Nothing too crazy here, but the fun fact from what I've seen about this, I don't know if this is the exact record I've seen of it. This was a couple weeks ago, but one of the runs I've seen, one of the world record runs at some point, it might have been this one, is literal milliseconds apart from the world record of this exact same course in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. They are extremely close. They play entirely different, but they almost get the same time by the end. It is insane. Especially given how many different ways of playing the game we got in Mario Kart World. It just shows how optimized that game got over the years too, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But also, this game's still in its infancy, so we're going to see a lot of things change over time. Like, this is taking a lot tighter than it used to be. It's a very risky wall cut now. I just love how this course plays, though, in this game. Like, honestly, this was, like, one of my least favorite courses in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I thought this course was a prototype of something, because it played horrible in 8 Deluxe. It felt very janky. You would go through those poles in the middle of, like, that beginning section going into the actual, like, main body of the Sunday course. And you would just clip through the rails, but get your spin boost off of it with the anti-grav technique. Like, it just felt unfinished. It didn't look that great. Like, nothing about the course was really that standout, no were major shortcuts. So it just felt like it was a prototype of something else. Then we get it here in Mario Kart World, and it just feels like a properly finished course. I'm like, now I see the vision for this one. It's not janking this. It has so many shortcuts. It plays great with the trick system. It does feel like this course might have been made for a completely different Mario Kart game to start, and I don't even just mean Mario Kart Tour. Like, this doesn't play that much better in Tour from what I hear. It's still just as janky there as it was in 8 Deluxe. This feels like it was made for Mario Kart World. And based on the timeline, we know devs for Mario Kart World were working on this title. That could very well be what happened. This course was being made during the development of Mario Kart World. And then they probably said, this one, this is pretty good. Let's try putting this in the past game, see how it plays in Mario Kart 8. Not good. Never again. Please no. Only that version I'll play. I don't want to play the one in 8 Deluxe. Alright, so next course here is Wario Shipyard. They use Wario in the lobster roller. God, this is like the only course you can use this thing in because of all the water. And even then, current record doesn't use this. This is like the worst vehicle in the whole game. It's terrible. Like, for reference sake, let me see if I can find it here on the stat wheel. Let's see. Here we go. Lobster roller. Its average speed is 0.6, so it might sound fast and it might look fast here. But asphalt is 0.4, dirt is 0.4, and water is 1.0. So you got two very low speeds and one high speed merged into one. That's why it looks so fast. This thing is only fast on water. Its handling, on the other hand, horrible. It's a -1 on asphalt and dirt. And it's a flat 0 on water, so it's decent handling on water, terrible on everything else. This thing controls like a tank from what I've seen. Worst combo to game from what I understand is Bowser on the lobster roller. Have fun. It's a terrible combo. Horrible control is gonna make you hate this game. So never pick this thing, never. It's, I think, one of the very few vehicles I think was just made for the open world in mind only. Like, just, this is okay in open world, but nowhere else. All right, let's see. I know what I'm gonna use. Gotta give it to our boy, Pirate Wario. And the record uses this, so I'm gonna try at least this character instead with the Real Racer. Okay, do we never go back? I guess it's understandable just how well this game plays. Never a fan of how no tracks had interesting shortcuts to boost the course pass. Like having shortcuts in 8D was so restrictive. And I think it was more because of just how it was originally designed for Wii U. It was more focused with the anti-grav, so it was just hard for them to make the shortcuts, from what I imagine. Because yeah, a lot of the courses I feel like are really good in boost the course pass, but when you compare them to the original 8 courses, yeah, you can see which ones do better with shortcuts. Okay, that was kind of wide. I know I can cut that better. I can still go back and play 8 Deluxe, but at the same time, if I had to pick which one that I would rather play in terms of mechanics and shortcuts and such, yeah, it's probably World. It's just hard to argue with just the core quality of all the tracks in 8 Deluxe. That's like the big thing I just like going back with still. Plus, a lot of the extra things they've added over the years with quality of life has been nice. The big one for me is having the custom item game mode, which I really hope at some point they add in this game, because that just changed so much with 8 Deluxe. And it just feels like this game really needs it with certain items. Okay, I didn't mean to take it that wide, but that's okay. Because this is not great handling right now. Maybe I shouldn't have picked the Real Racer for this. That's a world record through this. God, I almost missed that because I just don't have the best handling right now. I'm more about speed. Probably should have landed on that rail, but I can make do. Ooh, yeah, this is a bad cut. That could have been way better, man. Yeah, this is not going to be that great a race, but I picked the wrong combo for this. I'm just kind of goofing around with this combo. Oh, yep, no charge jump. I'd at least want to try getting at least one tree bounce in this. So if I don't get the charge jump, I'm mad. This is the one thing I will say I hate about this game. I just don't like driving in water. So the less time you're in water, the better. To me, it just doesn't control that good. I hate how bouncy you are on the water. Plus, it's just so hard to maneuver. Like, your handling is just so low. You really need a vehicle that's a little bit more balanced on handling to even attempt a turn in water. That's why like half of the vehicles in the game are just a no-go for certain courses. This one being one of them. So shout-outs to the guy on the dev staff using the thing lobster car. Dude, just jump. Yeah, this is why I'm hating one. I might actually change the car because I can't move. I literally can't move. You know, I'm actually doing that. I'll keep the character. I'm going to put him on the baby blooper because I literally can't turn. This is just... It's like trying to turn a tank. So I'm going to get something that's a little bit more balanced. For a while, this was the meta in the game anyways. Wario, baby blooper. Because everyone knew day one, baby blooper's the way to go. Not wrong. We need to jump from tree to right wall trick. I'll see if I can get all that done. There's a lot of inputs at once, so I'll probably need to do a lot of practice for it. Because that's definitely a lot right there. Tricking off a wall and into the tree and such a... Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get done. But it's a lot of inputs all at once, so let's see what happens. Okay, there we go. That's okay. Now, mind you, you don't want to be up there for too long. I'm trying to see if I can ride the wall a little bit more so I don't hit the dirt, but that's okay. What? And then that happens in water, which frustrates me. I had a charge jump and I just got dropped because I hit a wave. Shake tricking can help for that. Might keep that in mind. I don't really like shake tricking too much. It's just kind of sometimes imprecise. Oh, what was that? That was a weird attach. Sure. Like, I'm seeing what you're saying, but I think I need to watch a clip of that, so I'll just kind of go for it. What looks like jank, but it'll work. And I'm just taking that a little too early. I know I can jump that earlier. And that's a lot of my speed gone. All right, sure. Again, I'm not trying to go for anything good here. I just want to beat these dang Zap Ghosts. A little too high. No, missed. Oh well. Yeah, if World Record does it, I'll have a better idea of just seeing what's happening. Because, yeah, right there I missed the tree. That was just bad alignment. Because it's like, as soon as you practice something more, you learn visual cues, it makes a lot of this stuff easier. Okay, that was a very weird rail grind. That didn't happen. Like, alright. I got a very weird angle off that jump. That just happens sometimes. There you go. Okay, well, I got an instant trick off. That was not intended, but somehow worked out. I could have said this a couple times, but shout out to the Wii mod of Mario Kart Wii, known as Retro Rewind. Oh yeah, that was way too... Maybe I shouldn't try doing that shortcut while I'm talking, because I'm not paying attention. Shout out to Retro Rewind, because I have not played Mario Kart 7. I don't own it. So, for me, this is how I played the course. I played it through a Mario Kart Wii mod. I'm just going to try that again, because I missed that 2 of 3 laps. I played this via Retro Rewind for the first time, and it helped learn the basics of the course, just learning its layout, some of the shortcuts you can take, because some of them do translate into this one. Some, not all. Like, there is a shortcut similar here in Retro Rewind, where you jump, and like there's a super big cut in the very beginning. If you get that cut, it does save a lot of time. It's similar to the beginning cut here in World. Not the same, but similar premise. And again, just driving on this course to get the general idea of how to play it, that is very important. Oh yeah, I'm really gonna have to practice that angle, because I'm not even getting close to that tree. I think I'm releasing like too late. That's why I don't like shake tricking, because when I shake, it half the time registers 2 tricks. I really feel like I have to like force this controller sometimes to get the shake trick out. There we go. That's what I wanted to do the other attempts. This is such a better car, though, than the real racer in this course. Like, I just... How does the record do it, dude? I need to know. Alright, I'm just gonna continue from there. That was a terrible thing. I don't care. I gotta move on if I want to beat all these staff goes tonight. I've been going for almost 3 hours, and I'm only a third of the way through, so I gotta pick up the pace. So these records are gonna start looking sloppier and sloppier for me, but it's fine. Missed it. I'm not doing that for lap 3. There's a different thing I'll do. Okay, that was weird. I thought it was on the top of the wall there, but I guess that doesn't count as the floor. Yeah, the timing on that. I gotta see what the record does for timing, because I'm not seeing it right away. What was that bounce? Well, that whatever time I just saved from the shortcut just got eaten from a buoy. As long as I get the stick up here, that's good practice for at least getting the ending. And then speaking of, here's the thing you do in the end. That saves some time, but you can only do it lap 3. Left trick instead of forward. Okay, that's what it was. I'm thinking like you line up with forward trick with it. Yeah, I can see what you're talking about. So that's definitely, again, I'll practice that later on. I appreciate the advice. Let's see. Here we go. Just trying to get the page back up for the record. All right, this one. I don't know how they do this with Bowser and the real Razor based on handling. This is gonna be interesting. This was set a month ago, August 16th. Based on what I'm seeing here on splits, it's a very consistent race. Okay, so we should be seeing basically the same strats for all 3 laps. Maybe one super crazy thing for lap 1, and consistent things for 2 and 3, as the trend has been going. So here we charge jump, aim for the tree, bounce off that. Oh, you just barely clipped the wall there again after hitting the tree. I've been trying to hit that, but it looks like it's a little precise angle. I don't know if I'm getting it that specific way every time. That's gonna be some practice. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying with the left trick, because I thought that would be too much and then push me out of bounds, but that's just enough to make the tree cut. And then right there, I'm going too high. If I want to hit that wall, I want to hit at the very, very low edge, which saves time still for getting boosts. I'm not riding it all the way up for another shortcut. Okay, so that's pretty much how this is going to be, I guess. The whole thing is just what we just saw. Just gotta really pay attention here. Yeah, you barely clipped the wall there again. It's like a few pixels. Wow. Yeah, so that seems a little precise. This part doesn't seem too hard. Until that part, though. Hitting the first tree, yeah, I can probably do that. I'll immediately want to land in the sand and do a mushroom and just go through the rest normal. I don't think I'm bouncing off of the rest of the pillars, though. That seems to be much. Because honestly, I feel like I drive this course pretty well as it is. Like, I'm not taking the beginning tree cut too optimally, yeah, but if I'm still riding a lot of that wall, it's saving more time than driving through the rest of this water. So even just taking some of this slow on the wall and then falling, having to turn sharp, that's still a little bit faster than going through water. Just learning how to bounce off that tree in the beginning is very important, but this is something I gotta learn. So that's something I'll practice more. Honestly, I might just practice that in free roam, because that seems to be a pretty easy thing to practice in free roam, so I can just refresh my mushrooms every time. Best part about free roam is just getting your items back on a rewind. It's so good for practice. And there you go. Yeah, they just take that a little bit higher, but same idea. All right, next one, you can go take a nap. This course is boring. This course has nothing. It's a circle. I don't even know what to say. Like, who asked for Koopa Troopa Beach to be neutered? Like, it's not even Koopa Troopa Beach. It's just the wrong course. No. I'm good here. I'm just gonna pick whatever I want and just do whatever I want. I just want this one over with. This course sucks. I'm just gonna pick this. I don't care. Like, I'm not giving this one time of day. This is not the practice. It's Koopa Troopa Beach, which is wrong because this is Koopa Beach 2 from the Super Nintendo. Who renamed this? Why? Anyways, the dev uses Koopa Troopa fitting. Zoom buggy. Guess more for the terrain. It's kind of like water and terrain. Alright. Why is this here? This course sucks. the new Baby Park. Ironically, there's another course that's more Baby Park than this, and it's Peach Stadium. There is an intermission that takes you into Peach Stadium, and it's just so boring because it's one lap of like this oval, and that's literally a Baby Park figure. It's so bad, man. I have beef with Koopa Troopa Beach. Yeah, because it's the wrong course. Someone puts this in the game, calling it a course that's from a completely different game. Like, why are we baiting our audience? It's not Koopa Troopa Beach. It's Koopa Beach 2. Be honest with us, just call it Koopa Beach. Koopa Troopa Beach implies that this is the N64 course. It's not. Why did they change this name? It's like the only time in the franchise where they bring a course back and call it something different. There was no reason to do that. Look, that could have been a better cut. I know what to do with that, and I still don't care. It's just like, I don't like this course. It is legit the worst course in this game. It's boring and has no real shortcuts outside of like 1 or 2 mushroom cuts. It has like no substance to it. That's the only cool thing. If you get a charge boost, you can clip the side of the wall and just get airtime for days. Like that's it. That's the only cool thing. Why is this here? Like, dude, why? That wasn't even a full cut. Don't care. I just went out. This course sucks. And ironically enough, look at that. I didn't get that much of a better time from the Ghost. It was only a second difference, but it doesn't matter. I still beat it. It counts to my criteria. The world record here isn't even that much faster. It's a 128. So yes, it does still shave off a lot of time by like 11 seconds compared to me. But it's like, what do you do to optimize Koopa Beach? It's a circle. It's just good time with your mushrooms. Pick a fast character. That's about it. There's really nothing to Koopa Troopa Beach. You get some of the coolest courses in this game with all these technical things that you can pull off. And then you get NASCAR at the beach. Sure. Who thought this was a good idea? So this record was set August 23rd using Bowser and the charging truck. And looking at their split times, it's mostly the same. It's only lap 1 and 5. They gotta play differently. Lap 1, I think they're gonna go more for coins, and then by lap 5, they use all their mushrooms, and that's it. It's gonna be the same thing as what you just saw me do, essentially, but more optimized. That's about it. There's nothing you can do in this course for shortcuts. At least now we can see just how much tighter they take turns here, so I can kind of learn on that front. So right here, you charge jump, clip the side of the wall, then you do a charge jump into it. From there, you get a lot of height because of the speed you're getting with your mushroom. And it gives you a lot of extra air time so you can get a good cut through the grass. I do that laps 2, 3, and 4. So I wonder what they do for lap 5. Because they're clipping one wall to clip a second wall. That's how they're getting so much height. They're essentially riding 2 walls next to each other. They're kind of really close to that grass. They're really taking every turn as sharp as possible. Alright, and now the fun's over, because after this, no more mushrooms, but they gotta go a little bit wide for this final lap. I can't take that same cut anymore. It's impossible without a mushroom. At most, maybe they can like jump over it, but I don't think it's any faster. Yeah, and sure enough, we're doing almost the same thing as lap 1 when they were going for coins. And that's it. Like, what do you do with this course, man? Like, what do you, like, even in the end, they're like, I'm just gonna play around the camera. Because like, there's nothing to do. It's a straight line, the finish. What a boring course. And it has all the worst intermissions in the game, too. Every single one to Koopa Beach is so unfun. Alright, Faraway Oasis is next. Donkey Kong and Big Horn. Man, I really want to tell me Donkey Kong has a big horn. I didn't need to know about his big horn. I'm good. So what am I going to use here? I know the record's using Contour and Real Racer, so they're going more for top speed. I might actually just stick with what I got, just to play out things like as an online race. Do any of the Nintendo records use the Big Dumpy? Or the Little Dumpy? Oh my god, yeah, it's Toad on Little Dumpy for one of these courses, so we have at least some Little Dumpy action. If we're gonna have Big Horny, we gotta have Little Dumpy. Trying to think, where do I want to use my mushrooms? I think. Yeah, ending cut. All right, I know what I'm doing now. The big thing I gotta practice is just the timing bouncing on from the water onto this rail. Other than that, the rest of this I pretty much figured out. I've played a lot of this course online already, so a lot of my practice I need, I've just gotten from real world experience. I'm just gonna take that safe. Okay, not like that though. Man, sometimes the problem I have on this jump is that if you're too close to the rail when you do your sideways jump, it will pull you in. So you have to make that jump a little earlier to avoid the rail. So it's kind of timing based, and sometimes my timing's just bad. Okay, what is this? I've seen people do this timing. I'm just not great with it. I think I jump, 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 up, bounce. So is it just hold back or neutral? Let me see that again. I love the rewind feature in this. It makes practicing so much better. Because you can't just go neutral, so maybe I do just hold. I just got laughed from the ghost. That's kind of funny. It's because I'm not actually racing, buddy. Okay. I have a better feeling for it. I'll do a back trick, and that should line me up a little bit better. I'm getting a super bounce out of the water, so getting a little bit of extra height because I'm landing in pretty deep to bounce back out. Although, that's not really how super bounces work in water on this one. Because we might see it in a record. I don't know. Something tells me we might actually get a super bounce here. It is possible on this track to clip the water in such an interesting way that just pushes you so far up in the air once you bounce out of the water. Like, it might as well be like a spring with how much you get bounced up. Okay, was not expecting that. What was that angle? Hang on. Okay, let's just not care. Just get on the rail. It's like right around here you want to jump. Oh my god, really? So it's like that turn, then go. Okay. I'm looking for a visual cue, and it's why I'm seeing that little stick right before the turn. You jump right around that part of the track. And then you whack your mic. There we go, just like that. And for a little bit of a time save, go fully left there? Okay, well maybe not like that. Oh my god, that was horrible. We're winging it, I don't care. If you go past that ramp, it is a little bit faster, but as you see, it's also easy to clip the edge of the wall instead and lose a lot of speed. So I might not want to do that again. We'll see. I already know I can get a better lap here. There you go. That's what you're supposed to do. That was clean. I told you. I knew I could get a better lap because I already know what I did wrong. Instantly fix this mistake. And we're already a good 5 seconds ahead of DK. Almost 6. I imagine you could probably charge trick there. Like charge jump and probably save some time. Probably feel the record's gonna do that. Oh, I clipped the side of the wall again. See, if that happens, you lose a lot of speed. I barely get enough to not lose all my speed from that jump so I can get a drift. That's bad. So, 1 of 3 on that ramp skip. It's not terrible. I know I could do better. That wasn't bad. Hey, Miva, how you doing? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed my Star Fox Adventures playthrough from years ago. Funny enough, that's one of my oldest playthroughs, but it hasn't really aged as bad as I would have expected. Minus the fact I stretched 4x3 gameplay and said I don't like the widescreen mode, so I stretched 4x3 like an idiot. Look, man, I was a dumb kid back then, aka dumb college student. Use an aspect ratio corrector and that video looks so much better. I'm glad you enjoyed the playthrough. Alright, so this is what the record uses here, and this record, let's see, where is it? Here we go, Contour. This was set 2 days ago, on the 9th of September. Use Contour, Real Racer, look at the lap splits here. It's all very consistent, so we're going to probably see the same thing all 3 laps in terms of shortcuts. Probably everything I did, but more optimized. Oh, you actually release your drift there, and yeah, that makes sense. I released the drift early so I get a trick boost, and I was right thinking at one point here on the long drive up, you want to do a charge jump. Oh, but they're not going for the rail strat. Instead, they're just driving the course, probably because of the importance of coins early on. Oh, here we go. We're going to see it. Yeah, there it is. That wasn't a full super bounce, but instead of taking the rail up above and then driving that top section, which is faster normally speaking, you can bounce out of the water, and if you hit things in a specific way, you can get more height and skip that grass area shroomless. But they opted to use a mushroom to make it a little more consistent. So they're still getting the height out of the jump that they want, but at the same time, they are playing things safe because this is a 3-lap record. We're not going for like a single lap time here. If you're doing single lap, you're probably going for the super bounce stuff. We're going to see it again. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so they just barely like clip the side of the box and ride the wall up a little bit. You get a lot of speed just from that bounce out of the water. And then from here, this is where we use our mushroom. So they're using the mushroom in the same spot all 3 laps. Makes sense. I've seen, like, there's a different version of this super bounce at the end where instead of what we're seeing this Contour player do, where they're bouncing the edge of the box and just jumping over a grass cut, I've seen, and I don't know how easy this is, because I imagine it's something only people are going to do for, like, a single lap world record. It's really difficult. Right here, if you clip, like, the very edge of this water, there's, like, a good chance that you might, like, bounce way high in the air, which actually pushes you so high, you land on that top half. It's insane. But it's very inconsistent from what I can tell, and very difficult. So what they're doing here still looks very hard, but probably more consistent. All right, next course, Peach Stadium. Right? Oh, actually, No, okay. Now we're starting to deviate here on my list, the record list, because they do Peach Stadium next, but my list, it's Peach Beach. When did they do Peach Stadium? Oh, what's the second last course? No, I'm not doing that. We're doing it now. I'm gonna get this one out of the way. So, Nintendo uses Toadette and Mach Rocket. Interesting. Someone's using the meta before the game came out. Record uses Wiggler and Bighorn, so they're going more for speed here. You know what? I'll give this one to Peach. She can drive her own course. I think that makes sense. In terms of the vehicle, though, I'm probably going to just stick with the baby blooper. No, actually, if she's in this outfit, let's go with Mario Kart Wii meta. Peach wasn't really the character you wanted to use, honestly, in that game. It was Daisy instead. It's either Funky Kong on the Flame Runner, or it was Daisy on the Mach Bike. But there were cases where you wanted to use Peach. It was mainly dependent on the course or maybe the playstyle. Peach isn't a bad pick. Close enough to Daisy, but I think Daisy got more mini turbo stat, which is why players use Daisy instead if you're using a middleweight. For the other course, Peach Beach, I'll use Daisy for that one. It'd be more fitting. I'll use the simp outfit. You probably know which one that is. I think it's the fan favorite outfit. There's really not that much you can do here on this course. There is a feather cut, but obviously we don't have feathers in time trial. Players have been learning how to take this without a feather, which is insane. But I'm not even gonna try that. That's very risky. This might be a good place to use your mushroom. There's also a new shroomless cut that was found, which that's probably now we want to use the mushroom because of that. So I'm probably just gonna do that all 3 laps. That seems like the safe thing for me to do. I barely actually make that. Because I'm thinking that turn's so sharp, I'm thinking I'm gonna hit the wall. But I barely don't. Damn, how far ahead are we compared to this Toadette? 8 seconds? Jeez, I'm not even doing anything crazy. How the heck did this person drive? Because if I'm doing this good, and I'm just playing this like I would for an online race, what did this Toadette do? I'm almost curious to watch this back, but I'll do that later on my own time. Yeah, something tells me they use a mushroom charge jump over in this grass section. Probably clip that rail on my left. I would not be surprised if that's the outcome. What in the world did this Nintendo guy do? I'm very curious. The Nintendo record is 237. I got 229. What did they do? Take a scenic route? I don't know what they did. That was an easy one to beat. Just take the grass cut in the beginning and you just win. No strategy. Just mushroom in the first 5 seconds. GG's. All right. Sure. So we're not gonna see the new crazy record breaking like shroomless cut here. Because this record actually, this is the long-standing one for right now. Wiggler Bighorn, this player got the record on August 13th, so this is like a month ago. There is a brand new thing that was found here like, what was it, 2 weeks ago? In the very beginning, on that rail that's right next to the start line, you can trick off of it, trick off the side of a sign, and then just like bouncing your way up in the sky with a bunch of tricks to do this very beginning mushroom cut without a mushroom. I highly doubt they're going for that now, because I don't think that was known yet. So they're probably just going to take that with a mushroom all 3 laps. Oh, no drift for that. Taking this one a little bit tighter. Hanging off the edge because we're dangerous here. I should mention at this point, every record you're going to be seeing has probably set at least sometime mid-ish August or sooner, obviously. Ooh, I was right, thinking charge jump into this section, and yes, you hit the side of the wall, clip back up, and then ride the rail. That looks very dangerous. Alright, so going back to my point, every record we're going to be seeing is going to be at least a month old or closer to like current times, so the most it will be 1 month. With one of the patches Nintendo released in August, they changed how trick boost work. So that essentially nullified every single time trial record within the first month, almost immediately. Like every record, if you just set one like a day before Nintendo patched this game that changed how the trick boosts work, I feel sorry for you, because your record was instantly invalidated because of how much faster trick boosting got. You would save literal seconds in some courses just by tricking. It was stupid. I guess it was seen internally that there was a bug with how the trick boost system worked. So some of your tricks, you just wouldn't get enough speed out of them. So it was changed starting with, what was it, 1.2.0, I think was the version. It was the update that came in August that said we're going to add more lap-type courses for online worldwide. And we all chuckled because that meant nothing. We went from like 20% chance of getting a track to 30%. So it's still horrible odds. The bigger thing in the update was the trick boost thing. It changed pretty much everything about how you time trial. As we can see, they take all these turns as sharp as possible, trying to clip the edge so they can trick boost off. Before, you weren't doing that, because trick boosting was not as viable. Like, that was impressive. Pretty safe in a lot of areas, and pretty risky near the end. But I know that course has really changed now with that beginning shroomless cut. I wonder what that record's going to look like in another month, maybe more. Don't even get me started about the next year. Oh my god. Alright. I promised it. There. Actually, wait a minute. I'm just going to hold here for a minute. Yeah, it should be long enough for the thumbnail to change on Twitch. Because you know people click for this. I'm not even kidding. I don't know why. Everyone just simps for Daisy in this one. There could be a glaring reason why. I'm not going to say it out loud, though. Let you figure it out. Alright, let's see. Peach Beach. They use Baby Peach in the baby blooper here, which I will agree with the baby blooper. I will pick that. But yeah, we're using the fan favorite for all the wrong reasons, man. Oh my god. People just simp too hard for their Daisy in a bathing suit. Is the Baby Blooper best vehicle? Yes. As of right now, the Baby Blooper is considered the best vehicle in the game because it has the most balanced stats. So, if you're going to play as any character in the game, you always pick Baby Blooper because it just gives you the best speed and handling for most courses. So, if you want a more consistent way of playing the game, this is what you pick, especially if you're trying to go for all those hard tricks. Baby Blooper is just so much easier than like half the cars in this game to control. I learned about that recently. Watched someone play online, I saw them do that cut. Like, oh, that's cool. Fountain cut. I didn't mean to hit the rail, but that's alright. I don't know what's faster here. I'm just gonna play this for coins. Because now I'm going into the water. Yeah, let's go. I know about that. Again, I saw someone do that in an online race, so pretty easy to practice. Shy Guy, no. I almost got clipped from the Shy Guy and the jet ski of all things. So, I skipped using a mushroom somewhere, and that helped me take that ending grass cut for free. I'm shocked I got that first try. Last time I practiced that shortcut, I went a little too far left and got out of bounds. You gotta be careful how far left you go once you go past those buoys. You got like a margin of error. Just a tiny little margin of error before you clip out of bounds. All right, let's change the course. So now we can watch the record. So we get to watch, this one was just set today. It's Bowser on a real racer. 147.96. So this one, they're primarily just focused on speed. I don't really care about anything else stat-wise here. And it looks like, based on what I'm seeing coin count, they go for the full 20. So, yeah, again, this is mostly focused on just speed. Not really too many shortcuts in this course. The most we're gonna see is, yeah, like, of course, we're gonna just trick off everything, because at this point, this is just parkour the video game. There's really not much to Peach Peach. Like, I don't know why they, like, widen up this course by making a second and third layer to it that changes up, make it a dynamic course. This is a returning course from Mario Kart Double Dash, and also Mario Kart Wii, because it was featured there as a retro. And both of those games, it was just the beginning lap you just saw, the first lap. That was it for 3 laps. So, not really sure why we made this dynamic. It's interesting, but I do prefer lap 1 more than lap 2 and 3. There's really not much you can do in laps 2 and 3. Like, the biggest shortcut here is going to be this box cut. You want to take that little sharp so you can actually trick here instead of hit the rail. And then this section, half of it you're flying, and the other half you're in water. And as we mentioned before, water in this game is pretty slow. So you're always trying to do whatever you can to get out of it, but there's nothing but water here. So there's like no shortcut opportunities. Outside of the one shortcut coming up here, which they're going to use their mushroom for instead. But yeah, that's it. Like, this course is okay. After lap 1, I feel it plateaus, because lap 1 is just the best of the 3. Especially given how it was already a pretty okay course in Double Dash and pretty okay also in Wii. But then adding these extra 2 just kind of went down a tick to me. Don't really care for it as much. Like in the end, they're just snaking. Save some extra time there with some of those trick boosts and snaking, but yeah, there's not much you can do on this course. It's mostly the beginning we're seeing some of the cool shortcuts, and then after that, just kind of driving straight. Alright, next course, Salty Speedway. So we're going right into another water course. This one, they use, in the record, it was Pianta on Real Racer, so still sticking with top speed. Nintendo's Birdo on the push buggy. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna get off the Goon Squad. Let's see, who else can we use? For this course, a lot of it's water, so it really would be ideal to pick a character that's easy enough to control in water. And again, the record is using a heavy. Right? Yeah, Salty. I gotta make sure. Here we go. I'll do the same character, but I'm gonna go Baby Blooper still. I want the extra handling. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. So for reference sake, the reason why we all pick Baby Blooper for stat-wise, hidden stats, the Baby Blooper has, if I can find it, it's 0.4 on road, -6 on water, -6 on dirt. But also, its handling is 0.8 on road and 0 on everything else. So most of this game is road. So you want the extra speed and the extra handling for the road stuff. The other stats don't matter as much. And character stats help balance out the rest. So you can get away using this on pretty much every course because of how character stats are averaging out the rest of the problems the Baby Blooper has. Okay. Right now, I just need to practice this. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. There is a cut there, and I'm not doing it. Not with this character. I think you barely make it off the ledge, try to do a trick jump, and then you can land back on the rail. It's... yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I need to watch... for... I need to mushroom through that, so if I hit the box, it's just nothing. But yeah, for reference sake, the vehicles you should be using in this game is either Baby Blooper or Mach Rocket, because Baby Blooper and Mach Rocket have the same stats. So, they're interchangeable. Then it would also be the B-Dasher, Rob Hobb, the, just gonna mushroom here. B-Dasher, Rob Hobb, the Bumble, B-Car, and it was like another one, I just can't remember off the top of my head, because I'm racing. There are a couple different vehicles to use, but specifically the two you'll see most people are going to use is going to be a combination of the Baby Blooper and the Mach Rocket. Those are the two best vehicles in this game in terms of just overall stats, and with most of it being road. Even intermission-wise, mostly road. So that's why people pick it. Yeah, I'm terrible at this course. Like, this is one I need probably the most practice in to get good. Yeah, case in point. The problem I have with this course is there's a lot of tight twists and turns. Also, a lot of water. So half of it is just hard for me to turn sharp, especially if you want to do certain shortcuts. And then the other half is just I don't like water. Sound like a hydrophobe at this point, but hey, it's true. Water in this game, not great. What was that kind of trick? Hello? And I'm up here. I don't know what I'm doing. Again, this is a course I probably need the most practice in, but I'm going to just ride with this and see what okay, maybe not now. I was gonna say, keep this going until something catastrophic happens. I might also, you know what, I'm just gonna say, tapping out on the Pianta. I can't use a heavyweight on this one. He just doesn't have the best handling for me. So I'm gonna change that character. Too far. I'll just use the lightweight. There is a trick here. Hang on, before we go any further, I just want to see how the timing works. I'm gonna pull up the video for this really quick and see the beginning, where I'm trying to do like this box thing. Trying to see how it works. Okay, that's gonna be hard. So you jump on the waterfall, you get on top of the ledge, you drift, immediately let go, and then you trick right next to the boxes. Okay, that's a lot of inputs all at once. Yeah, I already feel miles better with the lightweight. I say as I don't get the height from the jump because I jumped wrong. I think I just want to do a neutral jump off of the wall instead of a right jump. Like that. Nope, okay, get back up there, get back up there. Pretend that didn't happen. This one we'll look at. Holy crap, that's tight. So, you can barely make this. So what you do, jump off wall, get up here, go, trick, Yeah, that's really tight, because what you're doing is you're trying to angle your car in such a way where you're jumping off of that ledge, barely missing the box, but you're perpendicular to the wall. So by the time you get close to the rail, you'll land on it like a wall. That is tight, but if you can do that, it skips using the mushroom there on that box set, and then you can save it for the ending shortcut here, which is a lot more crucial. Very tactical here. Got it. Yeah, that's pretty tight, but I think it's a lot easier to get that kind of shortcut with a character like Nabbit. I just feel much better controlling Nabbit. And then there goes all my speeds. This is like I say, we don't like water in this game. Look at all the speed I lost. It's just gone. This is definitely one I know I can do better, but I'm gonna get a move on. So we're just gonna do this again. Dude, missed it. See how tight that is? Like, you gotta be perpendicular to the wall. If your car is facing towards it, like the character is just looking at the wall, that's not gonna work. I really do need to see the record on this and see what kind of lines they take, because I'm definitely not taking the right lines. Oh, I didn't get the charge jump. That's not good. I'm still ahead, but barely. No way. Okay, well, there goes that shortcut. I got it once, though, so be proud about that. But the rest of this is not good. You know what? I'm doing this. This is slower, I think. But it is better than going in the water. Yeah, that's pretty sloppy, but you know what? I'll take it, because the problem I have is trying to, one, make that shortcut in the beginning off the waterfall. That's pretty precise, so I do need to get some more practice getting the angle, and then just getting through the city section once you get back on the water. I'm not good at that, so I definitely need to run through that a couple times. So I want to see what kind of stuff the world record does here, just to get a better idea of how to drive. This record was set a couple days ago on the 6th of September. They used Pianta, Real Racer. Looking at their split times, it looks like, yeah, this is a pretty consistent race for them. So let's see how this does. 156.740 by Alberto. We're getting there on tracks, though. How many more do I even have? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I think it's like 13? Okay, not terrible. Okay, so just doing a lot of tricks there in the beginning. Coming up here, and then doing this rail cut. But they get it, I think, all 3 laps. That's the big difference between me and them. I don't get it once. They don't go for coins there, but they are going for the pole and the tree. Ooh, that looks pretty precise. Alright, and we are just driving down the rapid section here. It's just, they have tighter lines. I was going all over the place, and that's probably my biggest problem. We're charge jumping here and landing on the railing. Interesting. But they have to jump once they get on the railing, because they can't stay on it forever. Those signposts that are like in between the rails, you can't grind on that. So they have to jump over the signs just to continue grinding. So we'll see it again here in lap 2 and 3. Yeah, pole bounce, tree bounce, taking that pretty sharp in the air, and then from here just trying to go pretty straight, not even drifting until you get the sharp turn to the end. Doing some tricks here at the waterfall, and then from here, charge jump, hit rail, jump over signs, and then get right back on the rail. That's really tight. I don't think that's worth going for online, but in a time trial, that looks pretty consistent. It's just really fast on reaction time. And then again, we just do this again, clip the edge of the rail, land right back on the top of it, and then jump off here, trick off rail, all the same stuff we saw from laps 1 and 2. This is a pretty consistent Salty Speedway. No real issues here, no mistakes. Just driving a good race. It's just impressive of just how close that rail is to the edge of like where those signs are, where you can jump off it and then jump right back on the other one. Like that's almost looks impossible in terms of timing. It just works out. All right, next up is Dino Jungle. This one is a terrain track, so they're gonna use, both competitors are using terrain-based vehicles. Baby Rosalina and Junkyard Hog from Nintendo, and the record is using Charging Truck. So I'm just gonna probably stick with Baby, but I'm gonna pick a different character. It's a combination of lightweight and heavyweight between these two different playstyles. That's kind of hilarious. But I'm gonna actually use one of my favorite lightweights. Where is he? Oh yeah, he's like way over here for whatever reason. I like Shy Guy, specifically the one with headphones. Be fun. No real specific reason. I just like Shy Guy. Alright, I know about there's a newer shortcut here. I could just drive like this. Hang on. It's like into the egg. I think it's into the egg, yeah. This is new. You just bounce off of this, and then you get a little extra speed. Hit the wall, and then you can just trick off it like that. Okay. But let me just do it one more time to get the angle. Alright, cool. There is some crazy stuff I could do off the dinosaur, but I'm probably not going to do a lot of the tricks off the dinosaur here in the middle, because it's very risky. You fail one part of the jump, and you can easily just fall off. So I'm probably going to play it safe. Yeah, there you go. You want to take that... That's how you're supposed to do that. Okay, cool. You want to take that turn I'm doing in a very specific way. I'll explain, because right now I'm like so focused. I'll explain when we're doing the shortcut again on the dinosaur. I will say, I don't really care for this version of Dino Jungle as much as the one from GameCube. The grass cut is just way too easy. Like, everyone goes for it for a reason. Oh my god, that dinosaur. That was in the worst spot. The thing is, for time trialing this, it's all cycle based. Alright, so right here, I gotta be careful on my jumps, so I'm gonna jump forward, jump sideways, and then that's that. If I'm not careful there, I can easily fall off by jumping like too many times and actually overdoing it. Oh, I missed my charge jump timing. I was too busy explaining things, I just was not paying attention. But yeah, the shortcut there, where I'm doing the big grass shortcut with the mushroom, that was much harder in the GameCube version of this track, because it was a big bottomless pit. So you could get target shocked over it. There was legit strategy. Should you go for the mushroom cut, or should you just avoid it? But here, there's no reason to ever avoid it. It's just too good of a shortcut to avoid. And it's just too easy, too. Like, you're getting that every time. It's just that easy. As long as you have a mushroom, you can make it through the whole thing, no matter what. And pretty much any item can take it. Stars, bullet bills, boo even. It's a little too free compared to the one in the GameCube version. There's a lot more strategy there. But the tricks do make the dinosaur section pretty interesting. I like that. Alright, upload that. And now, let's watch the record. So this record was just set earlier today. So another fresh record. This one is using Cow, so Cow makes another return. It's Cow on the charging truck. I love this combo. Most times, this is the worst thing to use on a lot of tracks because Cow and charging truck are both designed more for terrain, and most of this game is a road. But for the few tracks you can use this combo, the car, it's the perfect fit for a Cow. Monster truck for Cow. You gotta love the vision. Ooh, they took off the dinosaur there, so they're not running up its head. They're doing a charge jump off the foot and getting an extra trick off the side. Ooh, they go for an extra trick on the dinosaur there. Get a rail grind there for a little bit extra speed. Then here you charge jump after you do your mushroom boost. So it gives you a little bit of extra time in the cut. While giving you a little bit of extra boost at the end too. So it's like a win-win. And that's pretty much it. After that lap 1 thing with the dinosaur, I imagine they're going to play things a little bit differently because the dinosaur's not in the same spot anymore. Dinosaurs are cycle-based in this. They're always moving. So they're going for egg cut here. So same thing I did all 3 laps. Just run off the side of the wall and do a trick a little delayed so you can line up with the terrain. Get back on rail. Drift. Charge jump into a mushroom and just barely go under the legs of that Triceratops. That just barely works. Because that's the scary thing about time trialing this course specifically. The dinosaurs move in a set pattern, so you can take a look at your timer and figure where is that said dinosaur you need to avoid next. So if you're playing this good, then you know, okay, I can probably drive under the feet of dinosaur in lap 2 in the shortcut. Or, okay, lap 3, there's this big dinosaur in the middle at the very beginning. Maybe take it a little wide or something. It takes some practice to learn what the dinosaur patterns are, but it's going to be consistent every time you play. And that's it. Good thing it ends when it does, because that one dinosaur was kind of in the way. If it was lap 4, that would suck. Alright, next one here. We're going to, one of my favorites. Great question mark block ruins. This is a lightweight focus course, because they're using Parabiddy Bug. Let's call him the Biggie Bug on the Mach Rocket, and then Nintendo themselves used Lakitu and Cloud9, so both lightweights. I'll give Lakitu the time in the sun, as long as he doesn't yank me away with his cousin, because there's 2 of them now in play. Which one do I want? I think I'll go with Pit Crew. Hey Kira, how you doing? We're looking at staff for world record. I'm racing against the staff ghost, and then we're just looking at the world record run afterwards, just to compare it. I feel like this is a good middle ground, because honestly, there's not many things that Nintendo Ghosts are really doing that you really need to learn, per se. In comparison to what the world record's doing, yeah, maybe you learn that stuff. Because, oh man. There's some precise things. And that's not one of them. Hang on. In the very beginning, I'm already starting. This one's a little tight. I think I gotta, like, take this wide. You want to hit the corner. Oh man, I only have 3 mushrooms though, so it's kind of hard to practice this. Yeah, that's not it. You take this, like, super tight, then you can bounce off the side of a hill and get a trick boost out of that, which gives you just enough speed, a clip, on that rail, which give you yet another just enough speed, It's just enough speed off the rail to get a trick, which gives you height. There you go, like that. I already know what to do in this one for the crazy stuff. Okay, well, almost didn't really work out because what was that bounce off of the ring? That was weird. I've never had that kind of a bounce before. But, yeah, you want to jump off the side there going to, like, the final big turn area. Because you can clip one ring, run off the wall, clip another ring, get back on the track. Hopefully I'll get a better lap 2 and 3 shortcut, because so far this is pretty clean. I'm just kind of confused at what happened there with lap 1. My timing was kind of odd, so that didn't help. There we go. That's how it should be done. Oh, and I clipped a little bit of the grass there. That was a little bit slower, but maybe lose quarter second most. It's not terrible. I'm pretty consistent on this course when it comes to some of the harder tricks near the end. It's just this beginning I'm still not that great with. I say that as I get that shortcut 3 for 3, so maybe I'm improving. I played this a lot online, so that also helps for the practice. This course gets picked a lot online if it shows up. Oh, that was weird. That's still... Oh, that doesn't work. No, 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 no. My cousin, no. Go away, Vinny. Yeah, that was kind of stupid. I didn't get any speed when I got clipped off this very top part of the pillar. I didn't know that could happen, because I tricked off it, and I didn't get a trick boost. So you need to clip it so you can do, like, a wall boost style thing. That's weird. Yeah, see, that's slow, but... that's still a pretty consistent thing to do. So maybe slow, but it's worth it. There we go. Now that's clean. Got me nervous you're gonna fall. It does look like you're going to fall, taking that wall cut so tight, because you do have to drive off the edge and then just jump right at the apex. It's really nerve-wracking, but it is pretty consistent and actually not that hard of a trick. You can do that at home. I'll explain it as I do it next time. So I'm gonna set up by doing the rail version of it. So it's slightly different, but the same principle. So bounce off of this, get a trick. Jump here, right in between the 2 cones. Hit that ring. Go back on the wall, hold left, and then from there, jump off the wall, hold right while doing it, and then you land back on the course. It looks harder than it actually is. That's a very consistent shortcut. I won't say it's easy, because it's gonna take some timing for you to get all those tricks done. You can get it without going through the rail. The only difference in the beginning, you charge... Oh, that, yeah. That's the problem there. I don't want to do that. Because I have to do it again, I'll explain it. The only difference in the beginning part, I'll do it on lap 1, you'll see it. There's either you bounce off of something so you get speed, either from a mushroom or a trick boost, then you can drive off where the cone is. If you don't have speed from a trick boost or a mushroom, you gotta charge jump it. That's the only real difference here. I know we're gonna see some vectoring on this. So right here, I got a charge jump, aim for this cone, trick off the wall, land on this wall, trick over, GG's. It's not hard to do. Look up a tutorial, you'll see the inputs if you need a visual guide, because I think there are a couple people already who have made video guides on this shortcut on YouTube, and some of those people have input displays or just show their controller on a camera. It's not a hard trick, it just takes some time to learn it, but once you get the timing down, it's very consistent every time. Watch, I'm gonna get it now all 3 laps. Just enough speed, flip the side. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, I got a weird angle there, so mostly consistent. It just depends on your angle, and I got a stupid angle there because I clipped the side of the cloud. That's a first. Now, mind you, that's actually good experience to have because that can happen online. A lot of players go for the shortcut. So you're gonna have some issues with other players every once in a while when you're trying to make the shortcut, doing the same thing. And that could be a concern, so failing it like this, it's just good to know where the respawn is. A lot of players can go for this cut, and if that happens, yeah. There could be a very high chance of you getting bumped off. But again, that looks harder than it is. If I'm getting it that consistently, with practice, anyone can get that trick. It's just like the Bowser Castle shortcut, which I'm so excited to get to that course, but it's not gonna be for a bit. That's legit my favorite course in this game. I love Bowser's Castle in this so much. Oh, I did again. That is because I think I'm taking a little too far away from the cone. I gotta basically hit the cone. So I'm not lined up good on that jump. That's my user error there. I'm going with charge jump timing, which is a little different. That's fine, just keep on needing to practice this. Am I the only one that think those things look like metals from the Mega Man franchise? Not just me, right? Like, we never seen cones that have eyes like that in the Mario franchise before, and the first thing I think of is like, is this game developed by Capcom? That doesn't look like a Mario enemy. It looks like a Mega Man enemy. Bring back Mega Man. Come on. 11 was like one of the best-selling games in the franchise. Just bring it back. Come on, guys. Oh, I got some extra airtime with that. Not really that big of a deal. It does waste a little bit of time, but it's fine. I just love that shortcut. Like, this is legit one of my favorite courses in the game as well. This is such a great course. Even if you don't know all the big shortcuts, there's still plenty of other shortcuts to take in this one. Like, this is a pretty good one. This turn, the only thing I don't really like that turn is a little too sharp. Some cart combos just have a hard time with it. But I like this area. It has a lot of branching paths. You can just have a choose your own adventure for how you get to the big section here near the end. And then there's this right here at the very end. If you have a mushroom, you can take that grass cut, which saves a little bit of time. Or if you have a feather, you can jump over it. Plus, there's a wall riding section after the super sharp turn in the beginning. And you can ride that up, which gets you an alternate path. I think there's a higher area if you take a feather with it too. So there's like plenty of things to do in this track. That's not one of them. How did I not hit the rails beyond me? People were speculating that Pragmata game from Capcom and some Mega Man, which is so funny. Yeah, like they're making a Mega Man game without making a Mega Man game. How ironic. I don't know, like, I haven't heard really anything about that title specifically. From what I hear, I know Mega Man 11 was like, I think at this point, the best-selling game in the franchise, but I remember also hearing data that one of the worst selling in the franchise was a Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, which was the one that came, obviously, after the first Legacy Collection that had Mega Man 7, 8, 9, and 10 on it. It didn't really seem to sell as well when it came out. And then, shocker, the other one that had the same problem, Mega Man X Legacy Collection 2. It had Mega Man 5, 6, 7, and 8 on it. Like, considered some of the worst Mega Man X games. So I don't think anyone was surprised to hear that one didn't sell that well, because it's just like half of the collection is just no. Like, I hear X5 is okay and X8's fine, but X6 and 7 are both known as one of the worst in the franchise. Like, for Mega Man, not even just for X. So I'm not surprised to hear that one didn't sell that well. Battle Network Collection, I think that one did okay. Like, it didn't sell that great, but it didn't sell that poorly. I think it was, like, right in the middle. So I don't think it was enough sales for Capcom to consider, yeah, let's do, like, another Battle Network. But it was enough for it to still be like, alright, that's successful. So I guess we can still make Mega Man, I guess. I can't remember exactly. I heard some of, like, the MPD numbers for some of these games more recently. I can't remember what all the numbers were. Did it sell really well? I remember it was, like, okay, but probably at the time's report, it was probably lower than what I heard then. Oh, I didn't get the boost again. Sold over 1 million. All right, yeah, that's pretty good. I know, at least fan reception-wise, that seemed to be one of the most requested collections, so in terms of the fan base, it was very well received. Yeah, hard to hit 1 million sales, especially for a collection of games, because most of the people who are buying these collections, let's not kid ourselves, are the true diehard fans. So getting over 1 million sales at that point on a collection is pretty good. Okay, I'm not meaning to do that. I'm holding the stick too early. 1.6 since February. Okay, so it's still selling then pretty well. All right, now for a comparison, while you're on that page, both of you, look up the second Legacy Collection and see just how that did, because I heard that was pretty bad. Legacy Collection 2. Nice, take that a little sharp. Only need an orange mini turbo there. You don't really need a rainbow. By the time you let go, your orange and the orange runs out, you're on the dash pads anyways. Alright, so this is the time I want to aim for. Around a 4-second lead. There we go. Cool. Just gotta do that one more time. Not that bad. Especially now, that's a trick like I gotta do a couple times, and then I just de-rust on the timing. So now I just basically got the timing down pat. And that's actually really easy to get that orange. So that's good to know. And there you go, GG's. I love this track. It's just so fun, even when you fail it multiple times like that, because I'm just trying to go for a run where I get that shortcut 3 for 3. That's the most important shortcut on this track, is that ending cut. So it's really good to practice that over and over again. This is just such a fun track to run through. Just so many shortcuts, so many possibilities. It's great. And now to watch my time get destroyed. Although, it's not by terribly. Okay, well, it's a 202. Never mind. It's still a pretty big gap. My time is not even close. Okay, so you're finding the X Legacy Collection 2 made $1 million in 2024. So, yeah, that's not as high, but also that collection's been out for a couple years now. When they bundle with the combined collection numbers, that'd be weird. because they're different games, different SKUs. That would make no sense. But sometimes certain platforms do that on overall like sales numbers, so who knows? All right, let's go ahead and watch this record. So this was set on August 19th, so about a month ago. They used Parabitty Buggy on the Mock Rocket. This one's mainly they want the lightweight and the handling because of all the different shortcuts you're going for, and mini turbo just matters more here than overall speed. And I think we're gonna see a lot of the same stuff. Yeah, you start with a charge boost, so that does give you a little bit of extra speed in the beginning. That's what I was trying to go for. So if you make that turn real tight, you can just clip off the side of the platform, and then from there, oh my god, they barely make that back. That is insane. So in the beginning, you can just trick onto the rail, which is insane, but then that happened. Holy crap. Go for some extra coins here. That's a little bit riskier to do. You don't really want to try that online, especially this. Clipping the edge of the ring at the end, if you hit it on the right angle, then you can go over that final grass cut shroomless. But it is kind of precise, so maybe not the best thing to go for online. That's definitely a time trial only thing in my opinion. But maybe a top level play. We gotta see this crazy thing again. They got the detach there, which is very interesting. It's barely, like, they're on like, what, a couple blocks worth of road tops? Like, that is a very narrow turn that they're riding on. That is insane. And now we're doing the trick boosts off the wall so we can do the massive shortcut here. Clip the edge of the ring, land right in the grass. Yeah, that is super hard to do. I know top level players are doing that in competitive Mario Kart lounge rooms right now, but man, that is too much. No thank you. For me, that's gonna be a time trial only thing, even if I attempt it. I don't know if I even can. But that doesn't look that bad to get the trick boost. That's something you do by accident. No way I'm trying that. That's probably why they want the lightweight character, because it makes getting on the edge of that wall probably a lot more consistent because of the lower speed stat overall and the better handling. That was an insane great question mark. Like, jeez, dude. They take a lot of turns, very risky on this one, and it pays off. It's just insane, like, the amount of stuff people can do in this game already. Like, holy crap, dude. Alright, next course, Cheap Sheep Falls. More records, Toadette and Real Racer, so lightweight, it makes sense. This is a lot of water. I already know one of the things they're probably going to do on this course. They use Cheap Sheep and the Fin Twin. The heck was a Fin Twin here in the car? Well, let me go with the carrot first. I'm going to go Cheap Sheep as well. Give the fish some love. Cheap Sheep Falls? Hey, this is home after all. Oh, this is Fin Twin. Yeah, this looks like butt cheeks. I don't even need to read its hidden stats to probably know it's bad. So I'm good. I'm gonna just stick with what I know. Alright, let's see. Cheap Sheep Falls up here. I know that there was recently found a charge jump you do at the end, which saves a mushroom. So that could be a thing, but I'm not gonna go for that. There's also another one I know about in the very beginning here. Very precise. We'll watch the world record do it. I'm not gonna go for it. Okay, maybe don't do that. I thought you can trick there in the beginning because you are on a slope. And I think normally you can trick here once you're like driving past this area in laps 2 and 3. But I don't think you can get it on the starting boost. Yeah, see, I shook the controller for that just to see. Didn't come out. There's a charge jump you can do like right here. I'm not kidding. Literally in the first 10 seconds, already a risky strat. I don't know if that's faster, but I feel like it is. Probably not. I think I know what I'm doing with my mushrooms. How's the fish dry? Great question. See, water's so slow in this game, so I keep on bouncing around in weird ways, and it's like, yeah, no. Oh, come on, how did I not get the trick, but the ghost did? I'm not great at this course. I don't really care for Cheap Sheep Falls, I'm gonna say it. This course is okay. But there's too much water. I'm gonna be like that one guy who reviewed that Pokemon game years ago on IGN. 7.8, too much water. In the water region known as Hoenn. I don't think someone got the memo. But I'm gonna be that guy. Because, yeah, I don't like water in this game. It doesn't control that great. Not to mention that you just... Oh, man, the handling, man. It's the handling. I just can't stand. Why? Why was that out of... I was, like, a foot away from where the game considers inbounds. How did that count? I was inbounds when Lack 2 grabbed me. That is so dumb. You can't get a trick in the beginning. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I agree there too, Ethan. Like, the theming of the stage is great. Like, theming-wise, I think this game gets it right for so many tracks. Don't know how I didn't clip the rail again. That's weird. Like, theming-wise, yeah, that's my favorite part about this track. Just not the most fun to drive. I did it again. What the heck? Hang on, I gotta look at this. Not there. It's too early. Well, I think I need the trick again because I have no speed. So I'm doing it too late. The timing on that is so weird because you need the jump like right around where the turn is like halfway through so you can attach back on the rail, but if you jump too late, then you fall off of it. You jump too early, you miss. It's like really weird on timing. So that might not be worth doing. I might just want to ride that entirely without doing tricks. Oh, by the way, can I just like say, this track sucks if you don't have your HDR calibrated correctly on your display. Like, this is one of the most bright tracks in the game. It blows your eyes out. I played this on an HDR display, but I didn't know about that hidden menu, which, why, Nintendo, do you have a hidden menu for one of the things, for calibration of all things, for your HDR? It's insanely stupid. But, I digress. If you don't calibrate your HDR like brightness correctly, the sky and the white ground with like the sand around you, the clouds around you and such, it's all overblown and it just gives me a headache. Like, legitimately, HDR settings out of the box on the Switch 2 is horrendous. You need to tweak them. They are really bad. Which, thankfully, it's not like the hardest thing to tweak the HDR settings. It's just, again, there's a stupid hidden menu in option 2. There's like the option 1 when you're adjusting the suns. So you make one barely visible and the other one not visible. It's like, okay, that's standard for HDR. But then what the heck was the option 2? Because option 2 is like, and here's a picture, you're done. Except, no, you're not. You press, what was it, the X button? Y button? Can't remember which one. I think it's X. And it brings up like the second menu, which then has you calibrate the brightness. If you don't calibrate the brightness correctly, everything is washed out. And it's so dumb, that's a hidden option in that. Like, if you don't see the button prompt at the bottom, then you just have an uncalibrated HDR display. And that's kind of stupid. Oh, okay, didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that either. It's just really confusing. Like, for people who are wondering what I'm talking about, I'll show it really quick. We're not going to play in HDR for extremely obvious reasons. It blows colors out on a display like mine. Like, this is not an HDR panel. So I'm going to put all software. Capture card is going to blink for a second. Come right back. I'm going to see this in black and white, so it's going to look wrong for me. But that doesn't really matter. I just need to show you guys a very specific option. So I'm going to wait for the capture card to come back. Which sometimes it doesn't want to. Oh, I think I know why. I got to change this to this, I think. Oh, no, it just doesn't want to actually go into HDR mode for some reason. That's really weird. Sometimes my capture card just does that. That's weird, but whatever. I guess it won't show it. Oh, now it works. All right, never mind. Sure. All right, so there's this option, right? I'm not going to adjust this stuff because I don't want to screw up my HDR values. I have this set just right for my TV. There's this one where you have to make this sun here barely visible, and then the one on the right, it has to be invisible. So you're adjusting the up and down settings here for brightness, tweaking things just right. That's pretty standard, right? Then you get to this page. And this makes no sense, right? Like, you see this at first, and it just says this. This is how the brightness will look during gameplay. To adjust brightness, press Y. A lot of people don't see that. The Y is in small font, and yeah, there's another thing down below that says adjust brightness with Y. But again, a lot of players are missing that. So what's happening is that you're just hitting OK here. You can't do that. Because of this slider. You need to tweak this slider because it makes the image brighter or darker depending on where you have it set. Then you press the X button to change scenes. I like using the Tears of the Kingdom one because of all the clouds in the background, and I usually have it set around like the halfway mark. That usually seems to be the best spot. A lot of people don't see that adjust brightness option, and then their colors are washed out and they wonder why. This is why. It is so dumb that it's a hidden option, essentially. Like, it should just be there as a slider without having to press another button. It's like a cheat code to get into it, and it makes no sense. I've heard a lot of people who actually calibrate like HDR displays, like for professional work and such. They've complained about that option just being kind of hidden and obtuse, and yeah, for good reason. I personally think for all the things in HDR stuff, like HDR is still kind of a hot mess for gaming. So I just recommend having it off, personally speaking. But I think, though, calibration-wise, the easiest system to actually get set up in HDR is actually the Xbox Series X. Or just the Xbox family of consoles in general. Because, again, this is a cheat code too, which is stupid. But I believe you hold down the two bumpers and the two triggers, and it pulls up exact values for what you're setting your HDR to. And it makes it so much easier to calibrate, because then you can just make a very specific HDR preset at that point for yourself. Like, you can set it to like 100 nits here, 200 nits there, and just like write those settings down and refer to them later. Nobody else does that, and I don't know why. That's just like my hot take with HDR. Like, again, HDR is a hot mess right now for gaming. It still needs a lot of work before it can be used, I would say, more as like the de facto way of playing games. Because as of right now, there's still a lot of games that just don't have good HDR calibration just in general from the factory. So having it on washes out the colors compared to just having it off. I don't know. It's like there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the gaming scene for HDR, which is kind of a shame because of how many years we've had it at this point, and yet it's still pretty terrible. Don't even get me started on Windows with HDR. It's almost unusable. Like, for me, if I turn it on and I have my computer routed through like a splitter, for whatever reason, my screen has more green tint, and I don't know why. I have to have it plugged in directly to my TV. Like, if it goes through anything else, capture card, splitter, it doesn't matter what. It just, for whatever reason, is green. Like a harsh green tint. It's just so messy. Wow, I actually got that one of these laps. And even, like, speaking of HDR again, like, this is my final thing on it. I recommend, if you're going to play the Switch 2 in handheld mode, don't even bother with HDR. From what I hear, HDR on the screen isn't that great because of an LCD. LCD panels are just notorious for not having great brightness in general, which you need a lot of nits for HDR, and the Switch 2 screen I think is like 450 nits, which is considered too low for HDR content. The point is, it's just not bright enough to really get the colors to pop correctly. And that's why like a lot of like specific, again, professionals who like calibrate HDR and like work with HDR displays for a living and such, they reviewed the screen, kind of said, you can just probably play it off. Which I just recommend people do anyways on the Switch 2 if you want better battery life, because the system's not outputting as bright. And with the battery area kind of being hit or miss depending on your title, it might just be better to turn it off, just get a little bit of extra juice. You can get about maybe half an hour, close to an hour tops out of your battery if you turn it off in my experience. I just usually have it off. If I'm playing this, I have it on because I just like the colors popping, but most other games I've had it off. Alright, let's just go ahead at this point, get off the HDR thing. I'm done with my HDR rant. I could be here for a whole week complaining about how people don't get it right in the gaming scene. And I mean the company specifically. Let's watch this record. So here, this was set September 2nd, so this was like a week ago. Toadette, Real Racer. Going for the lightweight character, but also going for more of the speed with the said combo. Now they're going to do some crazy stuff compared to what we did, because I'm terrible at this course. I don't really like this one too much, so I don't really care to get too good. But that shortcut, I've seen that. It's really difficult to make that. So that wall cut, you are like pixels away from being grabbed from Lakitu. It is extremely precise. And speaking of precise, charge jump off of the waterfall here, which bounces off the rock, gets you just enough height, clip to the very top, and then just drive through the grass. Another thing that is really hard to go for, so you're probably not doing that for an online race, but it does save a lot of time. But yeah, this shortcut right here. If they take this too far over to the left or the right, if they go too far left, they just fail it altogether, so you just can't attach to the wall. If you go too far right, it counts as out of bounds, and Lakitu grabs you. It's very, very precise from what I hear. So that one takes a lot of practice. But then we're going for this one again. I've seen some crazier stuff as of late on this course. There's all this like bamboo up in this section here, the waterfall area that they're going through. So they can just like jump off bamboo, keep on tricking off the treetops, and just make that cut instead of doing the charge jump off the waterfall. There's a lot of crazy things you can do once you get into the water section here. Again, that's a pretty precise wall ride because of just how close Lakitu is to grabbing you, just barely as possible. But it is faster than just taking the turn normally. Just ever so slightly, though. And again, one final time, charge jump here, clip the side of the rock and the waterfall, drive straight up, much faster than just going through that dirt patch normally. And then once again, take the mushroom here. There's a charge jump you can do in this final section, which can save you a mushroom, because then you just bounce off the poles, off that canopy. That could be a better thing to go for, but I think timing on that's going to be a little hard. Because you have to make a turn, sharp, and then charge jump. So you may not have that much time. But it could be good for online if you don't have a mushroom and need to make that final shortcut. Alright, Dandelion Depths is next. So they use Parabitty Buggy. Ooh, actually, I want to do what Nintendo does. I don't care what the world record does. Because they just do old boring Wiggler Real Racer. No, man. We gotta have... Where is he? There he is. We gotta have the Bitty Bud in the Bitty Buggy. I don't even care. It's not that great of a combo. I love it. Where am I going? Here it is. At this point, we got like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more courses. So we're 2/3 of the way there. So I'm just gonna be going until I can get all these done. But at this point, I'm gonna have to like pick up the pace, obviously. I don't know if that's faster or if I should instead be doing trick boost there. Okay, so that's where they use their mushroom. I'm not using my mushroom there. That's a bad spot for a mushroom. Let me restart really quick because I don't have enough coins. I'm going to want to get a couple coins in the beginning, at least 2. Your first 2 coins, most important. Then after that, you don't have to worry about coins as much until you get to the final 20. How did I not get the trick, but the ghost did? We did the same thing. Hello? Again, what am I doing? I'm just gonna do a shake trick there because something is not consistent with the button trick. Shake trick is a little more consistent just to get the actual motion out. So if that's gonna be the case, then I'll just gonna do a shake trick. Yeah, see? Perfect. You just like barely pressing the bottom here and then there goes the trigger. Exactly what happened, because I definitely did not do that on purpose. You don't want to use your mushroom on a random straightaway here. That's the worst spot. We know where they're using their mushroom. I'm holding mine to the ending. The ending shortcut is way more important than what they were doing. Oh, I didn't get any height there. So it may look like they're saving time on me, but I'm going to be catching up really fast here. Because you take that turn super wide. Oh, I was supposed to let go there. You take that turn super wide, and it cuts so much of that final turn. So the Nintendo staff Ghost not taking it is going to lose like 2 seconds at least. Plus, these were set before the trick root boost jump. Okay, I can't talk. These tricks are way more viable now compared to where they were when Nintendo was recording all these records. So we're just gonna inherently gain a bunch of time for free on a lot of these ghosts because of the buff Nintendo gave us like 2 months in. And these ghosts don't have the same buff. They didn't just go back and update these ghosts. These are the same from day one. Alright, trick here. Because you want to take that final jump area, you want to do a jump yourself there instead of a trick jump. It's very important because, again, with being in the air in this game, you don't want to be in the air too long. So if you can avoid air time, that's always the thing you want to do. So for the final jump, do a charge jump there, and it's just much faster. This is already a much better lap 2. My lap 1 was not that great. It could be optimized. Right here, start charging, get to the ramp, then jump, and then you land on the ground faster. And let go your orange mini in the dirt. Shake trick there, just barely get it. I'm just shake tricking all these areas because these jumps are a little more consistent with shake tricking. Because these are low jumps, so when you see me like violently shake, that's me doing a shake trick. I gotta get it out fast. That feel when I'm doing like infinitely better than the staff ghost because one, update kind of broke a lot about time trial. So these staff ghosts are just a joke now. And then two, most importantly, just knowing how to drive the track really makes a difference. Alright, and after the night, Ethan, well, enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Alright, change course. I'll mark that off. And let's see. This one here This record was set on September 2nd, so this was a week ago. Wiggler with Real Racer. So this one they're mainly just going for the speed buff. And I'm gonna look at their splits here once again to see. Yeah, each lap they actually gain a second, so it seems like lap 1 is really crucial for the coin collection, and after that, it's just some good driving. Interesting, there was already a mistake in the beginning. They clip a little bit of that dirt, but they make up so much time everywhere else. That tiny little bit of dirt didn't matter. So that's why I did on lap 3. You release your Rainbow Mini a little early on that turn. Get the speed early, because by the time it runs out, you start doing trick boosts. And then you want to take that rapid section more towards the left, because you do a lot more tricks on the left side. Charge jump here, because you're in the air for less time. Boost here. Let go your mini turbo. Oh, they actually keep it. To be fair, this combo does have more speed, so they can get through that cut with a full mushroom boost compared to me, where I'm barely not able to make it. So in some cases, you're better off releasing your turbo and taking that speed boost through, like a muck cut, like I had to do, and in other cases, you might have enough speed with a mushroom. You have to kind of just play it by ear. It depends on your combo. And then here I imagine we take the right side this time. Yep, sure enough, that's what I did on the second lap as well. Get some extra coins, and I think that's it for coins. Once again, we take this almost touching the dirt by the time you use your mushroom. And by the end, you can release a Rainbow Mini, so get the most speed out of it. Do a drift into a trick, and again, we're just gonna take these corners really tight, because we're really going for all those tricks. You get a lot of speed out of the tricks. Now it's just some tight turns. I can see some room for improvement here, because they have hit some dirt here and there randomly in the course, which has slowed down this player. So there is room for improvement. There is margin error here and there. So who knows? Maybe we can see this record change soon enough. This is only 9 days ago, so things change real fast, especially with this game only being 3 months old. There are still new shortcuts being found constantly. Like, just wait until we get to Rainbow Road, the ultimate one, the ultimate time trial. It's gonna be worth it. Stick around, trust me. That is the race you want to see. But we're getting there. Next up is Absolute Cinema, because we're going to Boost Cinema. Again, we're just going with pure speed from the looks of things. Wiggler, Baby Blooper, so you want a little bit of handling. They use King Boo and the Real Racer. That makes the most sense, because the unlockable duo. I think I might want to do something different. I don't want to use King Boo here, because King Boo is going to be a little hard to control. So I'm going to use Peepa on the Baby Blooper. I'm just going to go more for overall like handling at this point, because there's certain things I want to practice here. There's already a thing in the very beginning I'm not doing. You'll see it when we watch back the record. But there is like this one little piece of ground you can clip here in the very beginning, and it gives you a lot of speed. I didn't mean to watch the race. I meant to actually race against the ghost. Can I just say, I hated unlocking this guy. This is the only course Peepa shows up on. So to get this to come out of the Kamek item, you gotta play here, and you gotta just hope that you get the good luck out of the Kamek orb. It is so frustrating. I think you charge jump that. That is faster. Then on laps 1 and 3, you take this inside. Lap 2, you take this one inside, but right now we want to take this outside. Each lap, these film reels actually spin in a different direction. So it's important to know where to take what. I don't know where to use my mushroom, actually. Oh, I think I know. I'm probably going to reset here in a second. Because I need to see the thing in question here. Where is it? I'm gonna look really quick. I'm cheating. I'm gonna look at the video for this record already. I'm just gonna look at lap 1. I just want to see the thing in the very beginning. There's a very specific pixel. I'm not even kidding. It's that close. I need to hit off this dirt patch, which sends me flying. And that's the piece I don't know where to hit. Oh, I see it. Is it in front of... Yes, that bench. It's in front of the bench that's left. Yeah, I'm not doing it. It's that precise. If I drove over the ledge and it didn't count. That's how close that is. So I'm probably just gonna take this dirt path with a mushroom, but I'm not gonna go for an extra height jump off of it. Now, right here, you want a shake trick? Because that's the only way that comes out. I at least know about that. Delay trick there, so you can make that jump pretty easily, mind you. Now we want to take this wide. So get close to the spin wheel, but don't actually get on it. And then here, we do want to get on this spin wheel. If you can, that is, because it's a little tight of a drift. Oh, I only got the blue. I was trying for an orange. Oh, well, that was kind of bad, but actually didn't lose as much speed there as I would think. What in the world? Oh my god! Alright, well, this is gonna be the most jank lap 3, but I didn't fall off the course, so I guess that's good enough for me. How did I not fall off? I was legitimately hanging off the edge at one point there. Like, holy crap. What a save. I don't even care, that was fast. The fact that I could upload a record that has that jank, I guess that's my calling card. Alright, view ranking. This ghost here, this was set a month ago, actually, so this one's kind of old. So, August 16th, Wiggler, Baby Blooper. We're going for the speed on the character, but the better handling for the car and overall, like, stats. If you're going for things like Real Racer, B-Dasher, stuff like that, you can tell they're going more for top speed. So here's the crazy thing they do. They just barely clip like an edge of a piece of floor that counts as a ramp, and that shoots them straight up from that dirt path in the very beginning. This game, I swear, you can trick off anything. Yes, that includes the ant mound outside your house. Like, I don't know how that counts as a trickable surface. It's so tiny. But it works. Yeah, get close to the edge, do an extra trick there. That makes a lot of sense. Can you ride that as a rail? Oh, it's a trick. Okay. Well, that's just not faster. It's just for show. Oh, you could just trick. I was doing charge jumps, but just barely enough height to trick off of that floor. Okay, how is that possible? That is like the smallest ramp in the world. It just barely works. That's why I wasn't able to hit it. Because I was looking at the same spot, boosted there, didn't work for me. So I don't know how consistent that would be for online play. Yeah, lap 2 here. You want to take this turn inside because of how the fin wheels spin in different directions depending on the lap. It's a cool little touch. Like, this course doesn't have that much going on. It's a pretty simplistic course overall. But it is still a pretty fun one to race. Like, yeah, there's not as many shortcuts, but the ones that are here are still pretty flashy and save a lot of time, like Ant Mound cut. And the fact that the film wheels change between laps, it gives it some extra, like, technical knowledge. It's a cool track. So good to know, you don't have to trick, not trick, they do that. You don't have to charge jump over that ramp. You can just drive on it. You still get low air from it, so it's not a big deal. You'll get the same amount of air otherwise. I thought you could like barely clip it and then jump over. It's not really a thing. And again, they did the same thing 3 laps in a row. They're not getting any speed out of that. It just looks flashy. And that's it. All 3 laps are essentially the same outside of, well, taking some detours, lap 1 for some coins. That's why I didn't take the rail cut in lap 1, but lap 2 and 3, I did that in the little theater room because it just makes more sense in the first lap to get coins. All right, next up is Dry Bones Burnout. Wario on a bike. The biker, okay, yeah, baby blooper. So Wario baby blooper, that makes sense. Nintendo uses Dry Bones and the Ralligator. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna use Dry Bones too, because my boy Dry Bones, I just like him. In terms of the vehicle, I think I'll just go Dry Baby. I'm just gonna keep it balanced. This is also one of my favorite courses in the game. This one's fun. I think I know why I want to use my mushroom. Something tells me the record's not gonna use it in the same spot. That might look slower, but it's really not that much slower. If anything, that's probably a faster thing to do. This Ghost is just gaining a little extra time in the beginning, probably because of the car they're using. That's what I'm going to be doing all 3 laps. And I do get about a second lead by doing that. And that little charge jump is a shroomless shortcut there. So I can take that little fire cut, lava cut. I can just go throughout that whole section without worrying about using any of my mushrooms, which is really good. We only have 3. And that's really good to do in the beginning of a race too. Although if you have a golden mushroom, there's an even better strat here. Because you can just boost through all like this lava section right in this area. But obviously I don't have that. I just have standard old mushrooms. I love the theme of the scores too. Like kind of just like the Spanish vibes it gives off. It's pretty cool. Not to mention, I really like the aesthetic here, like just the pure lava. Also, the blue flame on the chandeliers, nice touch. Really just showing how hot this area really is, because blue fire is hotter than red fire. Plus, reminds me of the Chandelure Pokemon, one of my favorite Pokemon. I just really like that thing. It's so good. That looked risky, but because I mushroomed right out of the lava, it didn't matter. I didn't really lose any speed. But there you go, first try. The record here by comparison, let me see. For Dry Bones, it's only about 11 seconds faster, so it's more or less just more optimized. It's similar from what I'm doing. Probably they do like 1 or 2 crazy things, I would imagine. Other than that, kind of seen a lot of the crazy stuff. Just some charge jumps here and there, riding some walls. But I think there's an ending ride wall section they're gonna be doing tonight. I'm not. So let's go ahead and watch this. This record was set 4 days ago, September 7th. Wario on the baby blooper. And specifically Wario Biker. Love this costume. Such a cool costume. Looking at the split time here. Yeah, pretty consistent. Lap 1's the slowest, so you can get some coins, but the rest is pretty fast. And even then, it's only by 2 seconds. So, charge jump around the wall. Skips over lava. Ooh, you can just barely skip on that part to do a trick. That's very interesting. Again, we're just gonna hug every ledge so we can do a trick jump off of it, which is insane. Land as soon as you can out of the glider. Ooh, we're riding the wall into the rail. So that gives you some extra trick boosting. Doing a little snaking here. Okay, here's where they're doing something different. So they're just jumping off the wall and then immediately going into this section for mushroom. Okay. I've seen people do that even online now. There's like this slope part of that final lava like mound area. It's just enough for you to drive off of it and get some height so you can do a trick boost. We'll see Wario do it again. I'll explain it once it happens just again, but yeah, you can make that without a mushroom now, which gets you back on the wall and skips over that whole lava section, saving your set mushroom. It is faster than going from the top path like I was doing, because that path is pretty slow. Like from here, I can see why they jump off. You can just barely make that with a charge jump. So yeah, that's like a slight little lip on the floor, so you can get a charge off of that. Well, not charge jump. You can just do a standard trick jump. Again, it's just insane of like what surfaces count as a ramp in this as well, so you can just get a little trick. There's a lot of areas here that don't look like they have enough height for a trick. But here we are. And then, you know, that crazy stuff. It's consistent. All 3 laps, they do the same thing. So, practice makes perfect for this one. It looks pretty hard here to do this charge jump into the trick into the wall. It's mainly the charge jump, I think, that's probably the hard part. So, take some practice there to learn the timing and get the right angle, but it looks consistent enough. So, probably easy enough to replicate. Alright, now for the fun one. I think even Nintendo themselves knew this, yeah. Yep, they did. And I'm picking the same. I can't not pick this. It'd be a gaming sin if I didn't. We're going to Moo Moo Meadows, which means we gotta pick Cal. They use the rally bike here, but the world record uses the dread sled. Because, funny enough, this is one of the better courses for the dread sled. I'm picking the charging truck. This thing's not great, but I need my opportunity to use this thing. And here it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. I raced this one earlier. So I'm probably not gonna get a better time than a 209. I had to practice this one for a charge jump. So I figured I'll just do it in time trial. But yeah, this guy is legitimately, like, it's not a meme to use Cow on Moo Moo, although it technically is. But the reason why you use Cow here is because of his terrain bonus. So yeah, it's a meme for the Cow to be on his home turf advantage, but also it's actually a good thing to pick. And then you can just do crazy stuff like that. I hope I get that all 3 laps. If I could set a new PB with Cow, that'd be amazing. Oh, that's not enough for a trick. I just try a shake trick. You can really tell when I'm trying to trick when I'm just gyrating. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. I'm gonna just take it. I don't really care. That was a little slow by the end because I hit the fence. If I didn't hit the fence and just drove through the grass, it wouldn't have been as bad. But unfortunately, there's no way of avoiding the fence. Yeah, I really don't like this course, honestly. Like, Moo Moo Meadow, not really my favorite course from Mario Kart Wii. I really didn't care for it all in Mario Kart World. Oh, Mario Kart World, that's this game. I really didn't care for it all in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like, it was just... The biggest problem I have is item set placement. It got downgraded from Wii. There was only 2 item sets compared to 3 in Wii, so already a track I didn't care for too much got worse going into 8. I don't know why. I keep on missing the tree, so I got that 1 for 3. But, yeah, I don't care for this too much in Wii. Don't care for it at all in 8/8 Deluxe. But here, I actually like it because of all the tricking. This course is pretty fun in World. Not my favorite course, but if it get picked, it's not like I'm gonna hate to play this one. Like, I can live with it. Yeah, some good shortcuts too. There's another shortcut I couldn't show off because I didn't have any extra mushrooms, but there's a ramp going to the final section if you have a mushroom. You can take a dirt cut and then just go in the grass and you get some extra tricks from the set ramps. It's pretty cool. Like, much better course compared to what it was in Wii, and especially 8. This course, I think, was just one of the worst retros in 8 before all the DLC stuff happened. And still, yeah, Bob's still one of the worst. Alright, now for Cow Dread Sled. This was set about a month ago, August 15th. Cow Dread Sled, as I mentioned. And pretty consistent race. So we're going to see the same thing happen all 3 laps. Yeah, I really do like the remix of Moo Moo Medals in this, I can agree. Oh, okay, so you immediately want to go onto... Okay. It's like, how you doing, fellow cow? Don't mind me. I'm just going to booty bounce off of you. It's like, okay, yep, it's already beginning. Tricking off everything, including your fellow cow friends. So yeah, just a lot of trick boost and rail grinding in this and bouncing off cows. Alright, here's the shortcut I was talking about because we do a lot of cow bouncing in Moo Moo Meadow. So from here, you take an extra ramp, which saves you a lot of time, and you save their mushroom for this area, huh? No, they didn't use it. Okay, so that was just a trick. What are we using our mushrooms for? They didn't use a single one on the first lap. So they're gonna use like 2 on 1 of these laps then. Spank that cow, as you do. Are they gonna do the charge jump here? No, they're still holding their mushrooms. What are they gonna use them for? They can't hold them forever. Although, if they get a world record by holding 3 mushrooms, that'd be hilarious, but no. They're using one here on the grass cut, that makes sense. Man, I'm really curious where they're gonna use this extra mushroom then, because lap 1 not using a shroom is really odd. But they really want those coins. Alright, so trick wall, rail, booty, rail. It's like it's a legit strategy, but it just sounds funny to say out loud. Alright, bouncing off the cow head there. Still not using a mushroom yet. That's a good place to use it, so I'm surprised. All 3 laps, they just did that shroomless. But they're using a mushroom here. Doing a ramp trick. They gotta use it here at the end. There's no way they hold it again. Like, it's lap 3. Yeah, okay, so they get a charge jump this time off the mushroom, which skips a lot of the grass. I don't know if that's any faster, honestly. Maybe it'd be better to do the grass cut all 3 laps, but those coins, they went out of the way for the coins. I don't know if that's any faster, but this record has stood for almost a month, so I guess it's faster. Alright, next course is Toad's Factory, and this is where Nintendo gets funny and uses of all the things. They get to use Toad on the Little Dumpy. Dear God, we want to tempt Little Dumpy. That thing is horrible. You know what? Sure. Shout out to Professor. I don't know why. That guy just uses this thing, and I don't understand specifically. Burger Toad on Little Dumpy. Why are you putting yourself through torture, dude? Like, this thing is terrible in almost every way. Buff the Little Dumpy. Yeah, boosting off booty. I love that strat. The booty boost. I'm trying to think, where's a good place to use mushroom here? I think it's just the ending. You know what the one thing I miss about this from Wii? I took out the little pond at the end. That's just gone. Hashtag not my Toad Factory. Hang on. I think I just like do this. Like from here. Want to get on, instantly jump. Okay, that's what it is. As soon as you get on the rail from the back, then you can do a side jerk. Okay, got it. So this section right here in the end is where I think I want to use a mushroom, because instead of taking the path for the cranes, I can go in the dirt. I think that's a little faster. Let's prove our Fisher-Price toy is the best vehicle in Mario Kart. Said nobody. So this may look slow, but if you hug this wall, it's a little bit faster to take the opposite arrow, but I'm on the little dumpy, so nothing's faster. Oh, I missed it. Oh. It's because I'm on the little dumpy, isn't it? You can just barely make that with the right mushroom timing, but I'm on a little dumpy. So my timing's gonna be all off. I love the concept of this thing. I just wish it wasn't bad. Like, this is a cool looking car. The fact that you're driving like a little toy, like, dumpster truck, like, that's cool, but man, this thing just sucks. There you go, got it. That's what I was trying to do the first time. I may not do that again for the other laps, but that was good for lap 1. I really like Toad's Factory. I wouldn't say I like it that much in this game. I think the Wii version is a little bit better. Toad's Factory did get a little bit of a downgrade because they removed the lake here. There was a pretty big shortcut that was in Mario Kart Wii because of that lake, which was very risky to go for, but if you got it, it was very, very rewarding. So for having that cut replaced with dirt, yeah, the shortcut doesn't really feel as valuable anymore. Feels a little easier. Nice, got an extra coin. I think I'm gonna do things different here. I'm gonna jump, mushroom, hit this panel, and then I'm gonna go for the left one. That's safer. I will say, the scores is relatively unchanged from Wii. The biggest change is right here, in this section. Outside of the lake being removed, obviously. Here would normally be item boxes and boxes as well, but they remove, like, the items, if I'm not mistaken there. I think it's just the coins. Or is it the other way around? I think it's like the box is gone. Because Time Trial changes up some certain things. I have a feeling they don't take that mushroom cut I'm doing in the world record. I feel like they use the mushroom somewhere else. I'll get squished. Oh, dude, really? Alright, I'm just gonna wing it. I don't care. Let's be real. I'm beating this record very easily by literally changing my car. So, I don't think it matters what kind of record I set here. It's gonna instantly get demolished the next time I play this. I'm playing it because it's the little dumpy. When else am I gonna use the little dumpy? Toad showing off his little dumpy, if you know what I mean. Alright, now let's just ignore cringe and watch the record here. This one was set 4 days ago, pretty recent. September 7th. This was Bowser in Real Racer, so just going for pure speed here. Because Bowser's, I think, the fastest character in the game, currently. That might change with updates, so I have to say currently. Wait, what? Oh, no, I'm reading Choco Mountain, that's why. I actually skipped ahead. I'll do Choco Mountain next, then. That was what I was supposed to do. So, Toad's Factory. That is a completely different record. This was set 6 days ago, so it's still relatively recent. Wiggler, Baby Blooper. So we're going for a mixture of the overall speed and better handling with Baby Blooper, I could see. Let's see what they do here, because they're gonna... I bet they're gonna do something different for the ending. Start off with a charge jump, that makes a lot of sense. Almost all these records we've seen start in the very beginning. If it's a straight line, they go for the charge. So they opt to go for coins here, not do the little trick off of the rail like I was doing. Grabbing a lot of coins at the beginning. Take this really tight. This is why we picked the Baby Blooper here, because we're just gonna rub the wall. Oh, they actually lost some speed there. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Alright, so yeah, we're doing the same mushroom cut there. It's not that different. The biggest difference now is we're snaking, because this is such a wide intro that they have plenty of room to go back and forth for snaking. And now we're going to do the rail thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So jump on, jump back off, back on, jump back off immediately. You're barely on the rail. You're just tricking a lot. And they land so fast that animation just hard cuts off. That is insane. They don't even go for Rainbow Mini there. They just release an orange. Immediately land in the dirt. Take this pretty sharp. Alright, yeah, so the biggest thing here is just... you want to take that turn at the end pretty sharp. That's the big takeaway. And here we're getting a Rainbow Mini. Ooh, extra coin. Why not? Oh, getting some extra coins. Back to the bank. At this point, coins won't really do too much for speed, so they're grabbing them along the way because they're there. There are top halves here and there in the beginning and the middle sections of Toad's Factory, but they're really not worth going for. They're slower. In some cases, I think they were more designed for the intermissions for when you get here, as they're like different ways of getting into the track in some scenarios. But actually jumping up to the top of these areas just makes no sense to do. If you want to get away from the chaos in multiplayer, maybe, but that's it. Alright, let's go backwards because I skipped the track. I was supposed to do Choco Mountain next, but I did Toad's Factory because I think Toad and Little Dumpy just caught my eye and I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist the dump. Alright, so this one... This is like a lot of road and terrain, I think. I don't know what the heck this one would really be good for. If anything... Let's just rock some classic Mario Kart 64, right? I'm trying to think, what was the best character to play from that game that I actually want to play? None of them. I'm gonna go for Luigi. Why not? And we're gonna pick Mechanic. At this point, I'm just picking it because of style. Pipe Rain. There's no point to this. I could easily beat this record next time I play because this is not optimal. Where is Choco Mountain? Here it is. 222, 696, Baby Mario on, what was that again? Tiny Titan. I don't know exactly where to use my mushroom exactly. There's a lot of places you can use your mushroom here to save time. Right here in the beginning is one of them. Right here's another good spot, but not for time trial. They use it, I think. That looked like a mushroom. This track is so different compared to like any other iteration. I don't know if I would like it more, honestly, from like the original or even, say, the one in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with Booster Course Pass. This one's alright. Yeah, I don't think I used the mushroom there. So this is not going to be optimal. I'm just going to race it. I think I know where I want to use the mushroom, realistically speaking. At this point, I'm just going to try to outplay the Baby Mario, because I am getting tired. We still have a couple more tracks to go, and I want to beat all these staff ghosts, so I'm just going to take the L on optimizing these at this point and just race it. Because honestly, I don't really care about this course too much to optimize it. Oh, I almost ran into the charging chuck. That would have been really stupid. Yeah, so these split times are bad. I can tell you that much already. And again, I'm not using the optimal combo. So that's not helping either. I probably want something more for speed. I gotta know where to use my mushrooms. I really don't know where to use them here. So that's not helping. I'm just winging it. I feel like this might be one of my worst performing courses tonight because I just don't know what to do. Like, I know what to do in multiplayer. Get a golden mushroom, spam it right here, because this is the best golden spot with all that dirt in the mud. It saves so much time. Not to mention that there's also a great spot to use your bullet bill in that section too, because you just use it near the wall and just flies up. So it takes a shortcut for free. Alright, well that was that one. Now we get to watch the record. Beat the staff ghost by 2 seconds, not knowing what to do and taking kind of unoptimal lines. That really just shows, one, almost anything can be viable if you just play good. Two, they really buffed trick boost because I was gaining a lot of speed with those tricks. It was actually stupid. Alright, so here we go. This world record, this was the Bowser and Real Racer that was set 4 days ago on the 7th of September. This was the one I was reading by mistake for Toad's Factory. And all 3 lap times are pretty consistent. We'll probably see a lot of the same stuff all 3 laps. Okay, so they lost a lot of speed there, and then just, it didn't matter. Because Bowser has a lot of speed inherently, so you lose a little bit in the end of the mud, but with Bowser, you just make it up. And then they use the mushroom in the beginning. Oh, that's a big charge jump. They use the speed boost you get from a coin, jump off the ramp just in time with their charge jump, and gain a lot of height. Then you cut in this really tight to the mud, because when you're in the mud, you lose speed. But when you're in the dirt above it, you don't lose speed. It's really weird. Like, this course is really weird to drive. So I imagine we're going to see that same thing all 3 laps. So right here, yeah, we're not even using the mushroom. You can just hop it. Then here you use the mushroom. They're not going to do that same charge jump thing again, I imagine, on lap 2. Because that was a lap 1 exclusive because of the coin. Oh, no, you can do it without the coin. It's not that they're clipping the coin. It's that they're clipping, like, the edge of the ramp and getting a lot of height off that ramp with their charge jump. That is actually impressive. That works. That's like a lot of jumps that just don't look like they would work, and then you try them and you just fly. It's insane. Like, this game just has some of the best movement in the whole franchise. So again, mini turbo here, and then just hop out of the mud when you're done. Mushroom. And then from here we get ready to do a charge jump, so that's why they're doing a very wide drift to align to the side of this ramp. That is so insane. Like, I haven't really seen any time this has come up online for play, outside of, like, goldening here, using a bullet bill in this section. I haven't really seen too many, like, high-level plays on this track, because there's just not that much to do. If you have a lot of mushrooms, you just swim through the mud, but that's about it. So to see that charge jump ramp trick is really cool. I'm going to skip ahead here because I'm going to save Bowser's Castle for second to last because that's next on my list. So we're going to go now to Acorn Heights. This one, Parabitty, W Twin Shopper, and what does Nintendo use? Baby Daisy, Bumblebee. You know what? That's funny.
Let's go.
This is a stupid idea, but I really love just the look of the combo. Wario with the Bumblebee suit in the Bumble car. Give me. This is so dumb. It's not a bad combo, ironically enough. It just looks stupid. Oh, I meant the race. That's the second time I just watched replay instead of raced. Yeah, we got 4 more tracks, so we're almost done with this time trial gauntlet. I thought this was gonna take 4 hours, not 5.5 by the time I'm done. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying this extra long stream. This has been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying playing this game, just the time trial and all. I'm gonna just use my mushroom here, because it was a shroomless way of doing this shortcut, but I don't really want to chance it. Okay, I'm getting a lot of height with this stupid bee car. Like, I did 1 jump and I went flying. It's not like this thing has a speed stat for air combo, like where I can just fly, like my wings activate flight. It's like, no, man. That's just getting really unlucky with some of the awkward, like, landing I'm getting on certain tricks. So I'm just hitting like a slope. Okay, don't do that. Glad you have awful illness. I mean, to be fair, if you gotta rest because you're feeling ill, I'd watch the VOD later. I wouldn't push it, but I appreciate you staying around regardless. I just appreciate the support tonight from people, just in general. Always means a lot, as I always say. And again, this has gone pretty well in terms of just like testing out the 1440p nature. I have the stats window open inside of OBS, and I have seen some render hiccups here and there. So I still have some settings to optimize if I was going to do this more long term. I think I know certain things that I would probably change, but also I'm using a green screen effect, which is not great for that render and encoding stuff. So if I take this effect away, it would probably be better. I just wish, like, I'm just gonna go technical here for a second and break something down, because this is what really irritates me right now. You can stream to Twitch now in HEVC only if you do 4K or 1440p streaming at the moment. I don't know if they're gonna down push this to 1080p at some point, but I really want them to. Why? The encoder, man. For those who don't know what it is in comparison, H.264 is just the video codec that we're just used to for years for video, right? It's been the standard since it feels like the dawn of time, right? And it's old. It shows its age nowadays, and yeah, for low bitrate things, it's not great. So HEVC is a little bit better because you can get a little bit better image quality for lower bitrate compared to H.264. So the fact that you can only do this right now with a 1440p and the 4K options on Twitch, like, it's still, like, all this is in testing phase. This is why. I'm technically one of the beta testers, so what I'm doing tonight is essentially a favor for Twitch by testing some of their stuff. But it's also been opening up more now to the general public. Like, you can just ask Twitch for an invite just to the 1440p thing, because anyone can technically do it. You just have to have your account marked as eligible, which is something the staff does. So right now, I imagine if you're watching the stream at 1080p, it's probably looking crisper than the stream normally would at 1080p because of just a better encoder. Literally, just that alone makes a big difference. Like, I render all my videos out in HEVC. It's just better on the file footprint because I can use smaller bit rates and get the same image result. Not to mention, it just does better with compression, so the videos just look better. And I want to try it again because I want a clean lap 3. Also, just for argumentative sake, if you're not going to give us H.265 Twitch to stream in 1080p or lower, I get it. Maybe it could just be like because your servers can't handle it. It's just extra cost to have that upfront for the encoder. I get it because you're using different machine's probably to encode it. So, okay, sure. Let's just say we can't do that. Can you at least give us the higher bitrate option? Like, I don't see why that has to be locked to 1440p and 4K. Because right now, I can stream... It's 7.5 megabit per second, right? Can I just allow that for 1080 streams? They will look cleaner. Please? That'd be good. Because 6K is not enough. I'm sorry, it's just not. This is better than whatever YouTube does. I think they push it all the way down to 4 megabit. Makes everything a block show. You need to go higher so you get a better encoder. Like, I swear, I can talk about like tech stuff like this all day because video stuff has drove me crazy over the years trying to make things look good, upload to a website, and I'm like, why does it look like dog water? And it's nothing to do with my settings, nothing to do with my footage. It's just the site heavily compressing it. There's my little TED talk when it comes to this stuff. I like being able to like use a higher bitrate or a better encoder for stuff. Just trickle it down for the other resolutions. That would make a big difference. I'm just saying, man. And I just have a hope that YouTube could just give us the better encoder for 1082, but I don't think that'll ever happen. They kind of reserve it for 1440p and 4K. But I guess that makes sense because it does cost them more money to have these transcode servers for those resolutions. I give YouTube a little bit more of a lenience on that, even though I still hate how low their bitrate is at anything that's not 1440p. And even then, sometimes it could be a little crunchy. Just wait until we get the Rainbow Road. I don't care what device you're watching on, it'll be blocks. At source. There we go. I know there's like a newer charge jump thing I think you can do. Or no, I think it's a feather cut. It might be a feather cut that just barely clips the edges of the signs right before the finish line, which is just like skating in the out of bounds section. It's so close for Lakitu to pick you up, but it doesn't count as out of bounds. And it is slightly faster. I don't know if anyone goes for that in time trial. We'll find out when we watch the record. There we go. That was clean. Honestly, no complaints. I was a little slow in certain areas because I was using Wario on the Bumblebee, so my handling wasn't the best. But we had to do it for the memes, okay? Like, come on, it's Wario on the Bumblebee. He's a Bumblebee. Like, come on. No one can argue that this is not a funny combo. But needless to say, they don't use this for the world record. Not even close. They use something that's a little bit more tailored to driving. So, we got Parabitty Buggy, W Twin Chopper. This record was just set 7 days ago, so last week, September 4th. Split times. Lap 1 is the slowest, so they're going to take their time getting coins, but after that, things are going to get some time save here and there. Nothing like too crazy. It depends if they go for the streamless cuts here that I'm thinking of. We'll see what happens. Okay, so we're not going for a full drift there. We're actually releasing our turbo early, doing some tricks on rails, charge jump. All right, that makes sense. And we're just peace out to the glider as soon as possible. Okay, we're not even on the rail for more than like a second period. All right, and right here, we're just going for the mushroom. So there is a shroomless cut right there. You can just bounce off like the wall, jump off at the right timing to land on the second wall inside of that corridor, and it just barely clips back on. It's pretty difficult to do, but it seems consistent enough from what I've seen, and like a lot of people go for it, like top level online play. But for the time trial, it doesn't seem to make any sense to do the shroomless cut. It doesn't really save time. So we're gonna use our mushrooms all 3 laps, probably at the same spot. Other than that, everything here is just pretty much the same. This seems to be the most technical thing we're doing, where we're immediately getting on rail, jump off rail, on wall, back on rail, back off rail. Like, that's the most technical, all within like the course of maybe, what, 3 seconds? And then this here, everybody does this for good reason. It's very easy to do all those jumps off rails. It saves a lot of time, gives you a lot of speed, and it's a big shortcut. Definitely one of the go-to shortcuts you should learn on Acorn Heights, if anything, because it saves a lot of time in races and it can make or break a first place. But yeah, pretty consistent all around. Nothing really too crazy outside of some of the rail tricking. And at this point, it's more or less just trying to go for consistency more than anything to keep that speed up. And that's all she wrote. Pretty good lap. Pretty good race altogether. All right, let's go ahead and go to our next one, Mario Circuit. World record's using a Toadette, but I might want to use something different. Let's see. They use Baby Luigi in the pipe frame. Oh, this is the course they use pipe frame of all things, huh? I'm gonna break out my boring. Be boring over here, but at least I'm gonna give him a different costume. Here's the Mr. Boring. I'm gonna use standard cart. You should not use standard cart for this. It's not terrible, but just use Baby Blooper. Just use Baby Blooper, man. No reason to use this thing. It's a worse Baby Blooper from what I understand on its stats. I'm just using it because why not? Alright, so this course is weird because it's not one course, it's 3 courses combined into one. So this is Mario Circuit 1, 2, and 3 from the Super Nintendo game. So, yet again, another game where Mario Circuit 3 comes back. This is like the most used course in the franchise. This is in, it feels like almost every Mario Kart game that has retro courses. But from what I understand, this was, I believe, the first Mario Kart track that was made. So it holds a soft spot in the devs' hearts. So that's why it keeps on coming back. Plus, it's, I guess, an easy enough course for them to work with in terms of just design. Sorry, I'm just mainly going for coins here. I know I'm behind right now, but I got a good cut right here. That saves a lot of time. So 2 mushrooms there, worth it. Okay, that was bad. Okay, I think I know what I need to do here. So use 2 mushrooms there in Mario Circuit 2. Because I'm just going to be 100% honest. Save your mushrooms, stars, ghosts, any of the speed items specifically, save it for lap 2. The beginning of Mario Circuit 2 has such a wide opening in the very beginning with dirt road. You always want to go through that cut. It is by far the best shortcut on this course. So you always want to save your mushrooms for that section. Because I know what they're doing here. They're using a mushroom here, mushroom somewhere else on lap 2, and somewhere on lap 3. They're using like 1 mushroom per lap. Like, this is too good of a shortcut not to take. So every lap I'm going for that. Every single time I'm here. That's always what I'm doing. A little extra time save there. You can get a lot of these brick blocks, and it does save a lot of time in this course overall, but some of these are kind of hard to get on, so I'm just going to mainly go for the one going into lap 3. Time for the sharpest turn. This is where you want to brake drift. I don't really think this is any faster. Probably not. But I felt like, It's a straightaway. Anytime you're in a straightaway, it might make sense to do a charge jump. Let's just try it. I beat the ghost by like a second, so no, that wasn't really any faster. That might have actually been slower. Alright, let's go ahead and watch back the record here. This one I know has a lot more parkour action going on when it comes to these blocks. So as I mentioned, a lot of these blocks you can jump on. And I believe they're going to do that here in the record. Let's find out. This was set about a month ago, August 19th. Toadette, soft server costume specifically, Baby Blooper. So Toadette, Baby Blooper, very, very well-known combo at this point if you're playing Mario Kart World. Considered the best combo in the game. Slash Nabbit, Baby Blooper. They're identical. So we're mainly wanting to go for the extra like handling and acceleration for this, for probably the mini turbo. And I already have a good feeling why. This is why. That barely does not count at the bounce. Like, that has to be super close to where Lack 2 will pick you up. And right here, I imagine I'm going to use 2 mushrooms. That's 1, 2. Yeah, that shortcut is so important. You're always going to use at least 2 mushrooms there if you get triple mushrooms, or your stars, or your boost. Maybe even like a bullet bill if you're halfway through the cut. It's that important. Once again, I'm doing a charge up on these blocks, very, very close to not even making it on the blocks. It's very tight. It's literally 1 block wide. It's easy to say that when they're all literal blocks. So we do use our mushroom on a turn there instead. Interesting. Because then you jump on that set. Wow, that barely makes it. That didn't look like it was high enough. So you jump on the top block finally to make a sharp turn, and that's it. So a lot more parkour going on in that one. That was pretty insane. All right, now we're on our final 2 tracks. And the penultimate track is my favorite one in the game. I'm going to really enjoy this one, but I'm going to make it a little bit harder on myself because I'm playing with Bowser. Not that Bowser, though. That Bowser boring. Give me the one here, that Irish Supercharge, which I love the reference to the Skylander toy that was made, like, what, 10 years ago at this point? This is basically the Skylanders Bowser, just slightly redesigned, but close enough. I'm gonna go with Biker Bowser, though. I really like Biker Bowser. Because on this one, I think they use Bowser as well, right? Yeah, Bowser and Bowser Bruiser. I'm not doing that. I gotta have a little bit of better handling, so I'm gonna just chicken out and go with Baby Blooper. This one, I really like this course. So I've already time trialed this. I'm not kidding. One day I sat down, I'm like, I'm gonna learn this course. I'm gonna do some time trialing. Probably can spend about half an hour playing this. All right, sure. 2 hours later, I get the time you saw there. This course is addicted. I'm addicted to playing this course. It's just so good, dude. I love Bowser's Castle so much in this game. I can't help but just play this thing on loop. Keep on trying to go for these shortcuts constantly. Try to perfect my lap times. It's so fun. It has some of the best shortcuts in the entire game. Unfortunately, though, I've never done this with Bowser, so this is going to be a learning experience. I don't think I want to do things too precise here because I have been going for a long time. I don't want to make the stream 6 hours. And I haven't even taken any breaks. Thankfully, I haven't needed breaks because watching the ghosts have been my breaks. Alright, and usually, here's the thing with this course too. I need like a couple laps to warm up for this trick in the beginning. So I'm going to be resetting on this one a lot. I'm just warning you now. And I might actually swap the character at some point. I want Bowser for now, but I might swap him later. We'll see. There we go. It's not going to be like the cleanest cut with Bowser because I'm not used to his timing. But that's fine, because he doesn't have the best acceleration. So if I bump a wall and lose speed, I'm not getting it back. I jump here, this wall. Oh, I'm not making that. Yeah, that's a reset. I hit that a little too... I would say it was a little too left. I need to go a little bit more straight on the wall. Again, a lot of this is harder because I'm not used to playing with Bowser. Bowser is a very fast character, but his handling is bad. That's kind of how he's been in pretty much the entire franchise. But that shortcut, it looks super hard. It's actually not that difficult. There's so many different setups for it. But that's the one I like using. It's the most consistent. I'll explain it when we're watching back records. Because it's so hard to drive on this course and also commentate at the same time because there's just so much going on. So I'll take my time during like certain transitions to explain things. Good, that just barely made it. Barely made it. I meant to say barely make it. And then I was thinking the past tense for some reason. That's not gonna make it. All right, so here's the thing on that one. That's why I'm gonna give this maybe, I would like to say like 3 more honest tries at Bowser tops, and I'm just gonna change to a character I'm comfortable with, because it's just hard to control Bowser. So on that specific cut, there's like a very specific part of the floor I'm looking at, and that's when I'm jumping onto the wall. But right here, I'm wall riding, hitting this, holding left, constantly trick once you hit the sign. It's very consistent to get that. It just looks hard, but it's actually a very consistent strat. To me, the harder shortcut in this course is this one coming up, because I've always had a hard time lining this up. Like, use this specific pixel here, and then you can just jump off like this. And that was a lot of height. And that's the thing I'm just inconsistent with. It's just the height. So I'm like constantly labbing out, okay, how do you do that rock hop part and still get like the same height? Because every time I try it, I'm not getting the same height. Sometimes I go higher, sometimes I go lower. It's all based on the angle. Yes, I know. I do probably, Matt. Especially because I didn't really sleep much last night. All right, I'm gonna have to go for this. Ah, unfortunate. That actually, that's a super hard shortcut right there. The charge jump where you just like clip the side of the wall, that was made easier with the August update in this game because of the trick boost bump. Because now you get more speed from your trick boosts. When you clip the side of the wall, you get extra speed, and that extra speed now can just barely make it, which is insane. You can just make this jump from a charge jump. Because that shortcut has so many different ways of making it now. You do the rail cut like I do there. You can do a charge jump when you clip the side of the wall. If you have a feather, that's free. Just click the button and you made the shortcut. Like, there's so many ways to take it. There's at least 3 ways of just doing that one hop. And then there's like a rail cut above, which is somewhat dev intended because it was made for free roam, but you can use it on the actual racetrack. Like, there's so many ways of just making this one shortcut in the beginning. It's insane. And just wait until I show you the world record. There's a reason why this is the penultimate track. Cool, just made it. Now I'm doing something a little bit different here. In my testing, this seems to be like maybe half a second faster. So this is why I do this. I lane change here at the end because it was faster for me to go around from the left, and then I want to jump back to the left side at the end, not take the glider cut, because the glider jump is slower. All right, cool. I had to let go of left there a little early, because if I was still holding left, I would have landed in the lava. So, good judgment. Oh, I think it just barely makes it. All right, let's go. Bowser actually getting the W here. I was thinking I might have to change my character because I'm not used to controlling Bowser. He's a little bit harder to control because of his handling. And this course really does need handling if you're going to take these extreme cuts. Dude, I think I just beat my PB. I think that was better than my PB. Oh my god. 224, 477. That was a really good race. If it lets me upload, I know I beat it. I think it was like a 226. No, I think it was barely slower. Barely. We'll see, because I'm going to look at the replay ghost. Maybe it was 222. Yeah, that's why. So I was actually slower by 2 seconds. And it, I think, really does come down to that turn I was doing for my mushroom. I think I was getting too much airtime out of it. Because I was getting a little extra bounce. And that extra bounce kind of screwed up my alignment. Because I just wanted to go more straight ahead. Instead, I could take the turn super wide. Unfortunately, lava counts as water. Water mechanics are kind of hard to drift through. It's very bouncy, so you get a lot of extra airtime just randomly. And I definitely hit the airtime, which was bad. All right. Let's look at the world record. This was set about 2 weeks ago, August 30th. Piranha Plant, B-Dasher. I'm actually surprised it's Piranha Plant now. For the longest time, it's been Wiggler or Wario, but now it's Plant. I think someone just used Plant to flex, because I don't know if Plant's any better for this track in terms of stats. When I understood, I thought it was supposed to be Wiggler, but yeah, alright. So they're just going for the rail cut. Maybe they'll do things differently for lap 2 and 3, because I know about the other trick. You're not prepared for what's going to happen after this cut. So we're still doing the rock hop here, but it's what happens afterwards. I'm just gonna let you watch and just be amazed. You just barely make all that. How? Great question. You're riding on top of a lava waterfall area, and yet you don't get burned off. That still counts as a drivable surface. This is insane. So you have an insane shortcut in the beginning, which now they do the alternate strat, which is much faster. So you clip off this part of the wall, which still does the sign trick. That is faster, but it's harder. So there's like 3 different sign cuts right there that you can do. It's insane. But it's, to me, the most impressive part of this track for the time trial right now is this strategy they do. So instead of using a mushroom here for the lava, they just ride the side of the wall and constantly trick on and off of the wall and barely, and I mean barely, have a good enough angle to get back on the track, hit the glider ramp, and actually get in the glider section. Because if you're too far off to the side, you will fling off in the abyss and Lack 2 will pick you up. It is insane. And I love your one-word question to describe that whole trick. How? That is pretty much this course in a nutshell when you watch about time trials. People are really good at this. It is insane of just how low the time's gotten already on this course. A 2:11. This is by far, I think, the most technical course in the game. Rainbow Road's pretty up there now too, but this alone, this one trick, this is extremely precise. So anyone who can pull that off on top level play for a time trial run, round of applause for that. That is not easy. I tried doing that like once, and I couldn't get it a single time. Every single time I attempted, the most I got was I did the trick off the pole, and then latched on the wall right before the fire waterfall. Then I tried to get a trick onto the waterfall, fail. That's the farthest I can get. I don't know how anyone else can do that at all. That is insane. And that was our second to last course. Now for the final one, Rainbow Road. They use Peach on the Roadster Royal here. So they just want to finish with Peach. The world record's using Wiggler with the Bulldozer. Interesting, Bulldozer now. I'm gonna go, I think at this point, just play it safe. I'm gonna use a heavyweight character, yes. I think this will be easier for sorting reasons. Yeah, here we go. You know what, we'll play with this costume. I like this one, but I don't know, it just kind of feels weird to play as a character with a dress on in a kart racing game, especially when you get the upskirt shots. That just makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm gonna play with B-Dasher here. Alright, Rainbow Road, the final course and the only one in the game you actually have to unlock. Not racing against this one. That's actually an outdated record now. I will spoil it though. Technical does still have the world record, but he did optimize it, and it is faster. So we will look at it, because he got the record 2 days ago. But first, we gotta race it. It's our final race. This course, when they did the patch last month, which buffed the trick boost, this is the course that's seen like the most buff. Like, look at that ghost behind me with Peach. I just already outpaced her by doing 3 tricks. The trick boosting here really broke open this course. Like, of all courses, it feels like this one had the most benefit from trick boosting being buffed, because there's so many opportunities here just jumping off of ramps, getting a trick boost. I really like this Rainbow Road. Like, honestly, it's not my favorite to race in the franchise. It's just a little too long for my liking. But it is a very fun course to race. It's a spectacle course. Not much I can complain about here. It's a fun one. And you'll see later for the time trial, it's also a very, very fun one for people to optimize, because these records keep on getting beaten left and right. People are really enjoying the comeback on this one, time trialing. It seems to have some of the most tech in the game. And you'll see later on. There's a really cool one I can't wait for people to see at the end. We looked at this course like a month ago on stream, and they already did some crazy stuff then. The course has changed since then. There's a thing at the very end that is new that we'll be seeing for this. Again, I can't wait until we get to watch it, but for now, we gotta race it. I'm hyping this up a lot. It is a really fun one to watch. I've already seen, not this record specifically, but I did see one that happened like 3 weeks ago that already was using some of the newer stuff. Oh, that was sketch. I actually could have fell right there and then just had to reset. I don't want to reset this. Yeah, this is where I feel uncomfortable using characters with dresses. At least Rosalina has a black void, so it's not as weird. Alright, so right here is where I'm going to use my other mushroom. Want some extra coins here. There are some shortcuts in this area. I think we might see the record go for them now with charge jumping. Because there's supposed to be a feather cut here that now you can just make with a charge jump, from what I understand. It might be faster there to use your mushroom when you're in the off-road, but it's actually faster to avoid the off-road if you can. And that's what we're doing. Did lose a little time in that section, apparently, because I was 4 seconds ahead, now I'm 3, so I lost maybe half a second. By the way, rip bitrate for this course. That section we just passed in lap 3 is probably the worst for the bitrate. Even at 1440p, still not enough, man. I think even at 4K, it's still not enough. That's saying a lot. I know I'm using this mushroom for the ending. There's a dirt patch at the end I'll use this on. That'll probably be my best bet. Didn't mean the drift there. I was trying to do a charge jump, but that's fine. Alright, so right here is where I'm going to use my mushroom. Then I get a charge jump out of it to retain some of that speed. And that is it. We have beaten every single staff ghost in 5 hours and 34 minutes. Okay, well, once I read all the world record times added into a total, that's going to be insulting. But hey, 5.5 hours to beat all the ghost staff in this game, that's not bad. And that was our final course. I'm looking over my list now. I had a checklist going the whole time. I didn't miss a single one. We're good. Cool. So let's watch that final record and call it a night, because I'm exhausted. That was a lot of Mario Kart. But now it's easy for me, because I can just watch and just react. Because half of the stream tonight has been playing, the other half has been reaction. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm not really a fan of reaction content. To me, if you can't really add too much to whatever you're reacting to, it's not really transformative enough. But stuff like this is really where I think I find reaction content to be good. Watch pure gameplay of something. If you know technical knowledge, explain the things going on. Like, this is where I think it really shines. All right, so here it is. Technical got this record 2 days ago. Wiggler, Bulldozer, prepare yourselves. This track got broken wide open recently within the past couple weeks. There was a brand new shortcut found for lap 2. There's some cooler stuff they did now to optimize some of the shortcuts they do in lap 4. I think there's now a newer thing they do in lap 3. Lap 1's the only one I think is the same. I think that's the only lap that hasn't changed. Besides danger strats, oh my god, yeah, that's kind of new. Like, my god, man. Is this track already getting so optimized to a point where you have to literally drive off cliffs? Because you're instantly starting this by driving off the edge, and this is one of the hardest tracks in the game to time trial, if one understand. So we're doing risky strats already in 3 months? Oh man. I can't wait to see the rest of this then. Again, we're going to try to hug the edge as much as possible here, try to get a lot of tricks here and there that weave back and forth on the track, because trick boosting is just so fast after that August update. And here, we're going to do the same thing as I did on lap 1 when I was racing, so you want to take this corner sharp, get enough speed from a boost, and then you can trick off the edge, and it just skips a whole turn. That's a pretty impactful skip. Now, I wonder what they're going to do here, because I don't think they use a mushroom to take that grass cut like I did on my attempt for this course. I think they hold their mushrooms for more important shortcuts later. They might just drive around. Yeah, sure enough. So we drive around, hold our mushroom, don't take the grass cut here, get some extra coins in the process. Now I'm going for an extra trick there, because I think it's just faster to drive straight. And here's where one of the biggest things that was just found recently is going to happen. So right here, we're going to make a very sharp drift, and we're going to boost off the edge and just barely clip back on the side of the road, skipping a massive turn. And that is very precise from what I understand, because from what I gather, that turn, if you make that jump too wide, you just drive off the edge. If you make it too sharp, you don't make the jump. It's very precise. It's easier to do it with a feather. In fact, you can cut more of it with a feather, from what I understand. That was just found, like, what, maybe 2 weeks ago? If that. It was very recent. Right here, we might see something new as well, because they used the mushroom for the ramp, but I wonder, did they go for this area? No, they don't. Okay. So, there's a feather cut there, from what I understand. Now you can make it with a charge jump. Oh, no, wait. They're doing this charge jump instead. That's insane. They just skipped the whole turn with that charge jump. But there's something similar, from what I understand, that can get you into the feather cut area without a feather. I guess it's not really worth going for. It's probably slower, if anything. And right here, they use the mushroom in the air. Glider sections are kind of slow, so they use the mushroom to gain some of that speed to get into the boost panels. Now, you may be asking, why'd you use the mushroom there? Because there are other areas you can use a mushroom in this course, which gives you more speed. Well, based on the fact that they're tricking off of literally everything in all these world records, no matter what the player, I think you can gather what they're going to do instead of using a mushroom for the very final lap to save a lot of time. They don't need mushrooms for where they're going. Now me, I need mushrooms. I can't do this stuff. I'm scared. If I attempt this, I literally tried what they're about to do here in an online race, instantly failed. This is not easy. So we're going to drive off the edge of the wall here, jump back on it, and then immediately do a trick right off the pole, which barely does not count out of bounds from what I understand. If you're a little too far to the left with those tricks, Lakitu will grab you. Lakitu here just kind of takes the day off. Like this course, it's just, there's so many areas you think you're going to get grabbed and just nothing. So instead of needing a mushroom in lap 4 for anything, they burn it early and just trick their way to victory. And that's it. This game, I swear, in 3 months, only 3 months, is the equivalent of a Tony Hawk game where Tony Hawk took like a booster, like a rocket booster, and strapped it to his like skateboard. And now he's just doing tricks on everything while flying in the air. Like, that's just Mario Kart World in a nutshell. It is actually insane of what this game has already become in just 3 months. I can't wait to see where this game looks in a year. Like, maybe we'll revisit this game in the future. I'm not going to do the time trial thing again. Like, now, if anything, I'm just going to do time trial on my own to improve my own times. But, like, maybe we'll revisit this in the future. We'll watch these ghosts again, maybe a year or so down the road. See where things are. Because this game still has updates to come. There's talks of possible DLC based on certain things in, like, the credit files that we know of. And also hints about other things that may or may not come to this game. So we know this game's going to get multiple updates, which is going to probably change the balancing on a lot of stuff. Like 2 months in, Nintendo changing how trick boosts work immediately invalidated every world record for time trial. So it changed things overnight. And because of that change, we saw a bunch of records get optimized, but we're finding new shortcuts day and day, it seems like, in Mario Kart World. So the players are very dedicated to finding some crazy stuff, as we saw. Like, it is insane. Like, that ending, man, that ending to Rainbow Road is just bonkers. The fact that you can just trick off of that pole in the end, that's just a background object, and still be able to go that far out, trick off the pole, and come back in without Lakitu just saying, hey, where'd the player go? Like, that's insane. So, I can't wait to see where this game is about a year or so from now, because already just 3 months in, this is insane. I was actually wanting to do something like this a little bit earlier, but I'm glad I waited 3 months, because I think 3 months is a healthy time for a game to be out long enough for players to discover a lot of different tricks, shortcuts, mechanics, stuff like that. So we've already seen a lot of interesting things in just a short amount of time. It's insane, man. That's just like, if you want to sum this game up in one word, insane. So that's it. That's it for tonight. You guys got a long one. 5.5 hours. At this point, my stream timer says about 5 hours and 42 minutes. So, yeah, it's a beefer. But to be fair, about half of it I was playing the game, a little over half. And then the other half I was watching it, so I wasn't really getting fatigued. It was really near like that final hour I was starting to feel tired. Hence why certain runs I felt like I could have done better. But yeah, it's not that bad. Given just the nature of watching things back like this, it was an interesting take on stream. Like I said, personally to me, I'm just not a fan of reaction style content, but when it comes to stuff like this, I'm just watching back gameplay stuff or things that are relevant for games that we play on a stream. I think it's worth it. Every once in a while, I might do stuff like this. But yeah, that's it for tonight, though. So thanks to everyone who came out to the stream. Gave me some tips and pointers here and there to help out some of my time trial shenanigans. I definitely learned a lot tonight, both by watching these world record ghosts and getting some tips from chat. So I definitely feel like a better player in Mario Kart World, which is definitely going to translate to online play. I'm sorry to all my friends. I'm so sorry now in advance. But watch these ghosts and practice yourself. Trust me, it's worth it. Especially with the rewind function in this game. It's so easy to practice stuff. Go into the free roam mode. You can practice things very easily there and get your items back when you rewind. So it's very easy to practice this game. So I recommend anyone to just do that if you want to get better. Jump in the free roam, screw around the course, learn the shortcuts. And then jump in the time trial to put those skills to test and actually get the practice on a real course where out of bounds logic really happens. So you know where the safe zones are. But yeah, that's it for tonight though. Thanks to everyone who came out. We'll be back next week with some more streams, probably not as long as the ones from this week, because this week we definitely had some beefers between 2 different Mario Kart days and then the Metroid thing I did last night. So probably gonna do some shorter stuff next week in general. I do have a video coming out tomorrow, which I think I'm actually gonna flip-flop what it is, because let's just say I had a Mario Kart video lined up, but I think I'm going to push that to next week because I think you guys got too much Mario Kart this week. I think 3 different Mario Kart things is too much. So I'm going to actually shift gears. And I mentioned this already in a stream from last week, actually. It's another challenge video. You guys are going to get the Sonic Unleashed challenge video I filmed. I already mentioned what that one was, so I'll just say it here. Tomorrow, or I guess technically later today, since it is already tomorrow for me in the Eastern time zone, you'll expect to see a new video appear in your sub feed. Sonic Unleashed, we're getting those 2 speedrun achievements in the game from like Windmill Isle Act 2 and Arid Sands Act 1, both daytime stages. We're going to get the speedrun achievements in that game without using boost. So, it's a pretty fun watch. Definitely check out the video tomorrow when it goes live. Other than that, I'll see you guys next week for more streams. Gonna figure out some stuff, but I think I already have some ideas of what to expect next week. It's gonna be a fun one. So, with that said, that is it for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you back here next week. Take care and have a good night, everybody. Oh, and I actually forgot to read this out. For people who stuck around to the very end, it's not going to matter for the VOD, so I'm just going to mention it. If you stuck around to the very end here, the total time for all those world records were 59 minutes, 23 seconds, and 660 milliseconds. Our 5.5 hours, it's looking to be behind by 4.5. Time save for next run. We'll see you then.